and you overcome the struggles, it gets easier and easier. Your muscles are like, I got this. Your brain is like, I can do this. Your soul is like, thank you, because I wanted this. So on a day like today, nothing can stop you. You're going for it. You're moving and you're grooving and you're feeling it. And you're taking action and you're making plans and you're surrounding yourself with people who support you. Because on breakthrough days, you can break through anything. You can break through the old. Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire, ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world. Who says no to you? Who tells you no, it's impossible, you can't do it? Who says the things like, you're too old, you're too fat, you're too stupid, you don't know how to do it? Who are you to want such a thing? Who tells you no in all kinds of different ways that diminish your spirit and pull you down? Who says no to you? Who is not there for you in the way that you need emotionally by giving you the words no when you tell them your dreams, your ideas, and your desires? Here's the thing. No is just someone else's opinion. No is their limited thinking. No is what their brain tells them when they believe they can't do it. It's not possible, and it's way too big for them. Don't listen to anyone else's no. Know yourself. Know what it is you want. Know what it is you believe in and desire, and don't let anyone else's opinion of what you want to do stop you from going after what it is you want. No is their limited ideas. It means they can't do it. They don't see it. They don't have the vision like you do. So don't believe in their no and go after your yes. No just means new option. It means there's a new way of doing it. No means new option for you, not them, but you. You get to go after what it is you want because you believe in it. You see it. You have the vision. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's your DNA. Why you are here and why you do what you do is because you have it in you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. And in fact, no is just the universe's way of challenging you, of questioning you, of putting up a little bit of resistance to see if you are going to continue. When someone else says no, it's a test. It's a test to know if you want it bad enough to go through them, beyond them, past them, over top of them if you have to get what it is you believe is real for you. No just means new option. Go after it in your own way. Find a different path. turn, pivot, do something completely the opposite, knowing that there's another option, another reason, there's another way, there's another destiny out there for you. It doesn't matter what someone else says. Their no is not your no. So believe in you. Go after your dreams. Know yourself enough to know that you've got this. This is yours. You can do this. Believe in you, ignite you, and be you. That's all that matters. Get up. It's time to go after your dream. You've got an idea, so wake up, baby. This is your day to start moving towards achieving exactly what it is you want. Put your shoes on, grab your coat, and get outside. Light that candle, sit down, and meditate. Do what you have to feel good. Grab some water and drink the whole glass. Stretch your body, move, reach, wiggle your toes, and get out all the old stuff that doesn't feel good, because today's your day. You're going to do something magical today. You're going to make a difference because you're going after what it is you want. This is your moment, so take it. Do something today to get one step closer to what it is you want, because guess what? The universe is waiting for what you've got brewing inside your mind, and it's excited to help you, encourage you, motivate you, and push you forward, because what you're thinking, it wants to see. So go after it. Sit down at the computer, get some work done, grab your notebook, write out that list, do some training, teach yourself something new, be a good student, learn what it is you don't know. Ask questions. Look to people who are doing what it is you are doing and emulate that. See how you can do more. What can you learn? How can you stretch? How can you push the boundaries of what you're used to and do something different? Because you've got to be different if you want different, and this is your time. You know this is what you want, and so go get it. Push yourself. Encourage yourself. Support yourself, because you can do it. You've got this. We're all watching you, and we're cheering you on, because we know that your passion and your belief is undoubtedly going to get you there. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep reaching, keep leaping, keep climbing over whatever obstacles you have to go after it. You got this. It's yours. It's just waiting for you. The idea came to you because it wants you to execute exactly what it is you're dreaming of. It wants you to succeed. So grab the day. Grab hold of all the possibilities that are right there. Just reach out into the air and grab them. They're right there, waiting for you to be amazing. Because you are amazing. You're fantastic. You're exceptional, and the universe loves your idea. Seize the day. It's yours. You got this. Go get it. There isn't a person in this world who knows you better than you know yourself. No one knows what you're capable of. No one can see your potential as well as you can. You know what you can do. You know what you want, what your dreams, your desires, everything you want to go after. You see the clear vision. You know what it is. You know what you have to do. This is the time for you to start looking within yourself and finding your strength. Finding your passion and going after that. Not listening to anyone else. Not wondering what anyone else is doing. Not looking to the side to see who's doing what. Just staying focused. How are you going to handle things? What's important to you? And how are you going to put one foot in front of the other to get what it is you want? We get so caught up in the world and what everyone else is doing, and it's just noise. Focus on you. Focus on yourself, on your dreams, on your desires, on what it is you want, where you want to go. How big do you want to make your life? Go after that. See that, envision that, write that down, be a part of that, immerse yourself in that idea, that vision, that goal. Go after that. Trust yourself. Trust what it is you're up to. Trust what it is you believe in, and believing in you is all that matters. You know how great you are. You know what you're capable of. You know what you're good at. You know what your talents are. You were put here for a reason. To show the world how unique, amazing, powerful, and dynamic you are. So go and do that. Love that. Learn that. Get everything there is to know about doing that. Then you'll be successful. Then you'll have your dream, your happiness, your contentment. Then money will come. Then joy will prosper. It's when you do what you love that the world shifts and follows you. You be the guide. You lead the helm. You're the one doing the work, and so the universe pays you off 10 times over in so many different ways. Happiness, joy, relationships, finances, entertainment, travel, experiences, all kinds of things blossom when you're doing what you love with your vision in mind, following your ambitions and going after it, your opportunity, your potential, your vision. This is your moment. This is where you get to do what you love. Believe in yourself. Believe in the power of you, and you will have the dreams. Your dreams will come true. This is your moment to ignite your life. So go after it. Go get it. Be you. Well, welcome everybody. We're so excited that you're here. Hello, wherever you are in the world. Blessings to you. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and just big hugs and kisses. As you know, I'm Lady JB Owen, founder and CEO of Ignite Publishing, and we are so excited because today, once again, we are publishing, launching, and sharing with you a tremendous milestone, an incredible accomplishment, and a wonderful, truly wonderful book that is a part of the Ignite series that is really a gift to all of you, all of humanity. This has been an incredible project. This is an incredible day, and we're so excited that you've joined us because today we are going to be showcasing the very many authors that have been a part of this incredible journey and this process and this mission to ignite humanity. That's right, ignite humanity. It's time, it's here. I want to share with all of you, I started this project years ago, a few years ago, and I pushed and I efforted and I did everything, but the universe just wasn't quite ready for it. The world wasn't ready for it in the sense that there was so much going on, so much post-COVID, so much change in where we are in the Aquarius age and the consciousness and the awakening and the evolution for all of the authors, including myself. And I teach everyone I know that you have to go through what you're going to teach and you have to experience what you want to share. And this book was truly a labor of love, blessing, and divine assignment to really be a part of putting my mouth or putting my words where putting my feet where my words were, like really putting it to the test. And it's a blessing and a joy that today we get to share that book with you. Not just the journey of the book, but the authors that said yes to this process, to the many Ignite moments. And I have to tell you, after close to a decade of sharing stories and talking about Ignite moments, I truly have come to believe that these Ignite moments, these are the things that change us and redefine us. These are the things that show us what's possible. This is what humanity is all about. These powerful, incredible stories, this mission to share our transformational moments, this ability to give ourselves the knowingness that, here we are. We are living the human experience. And because of all those things, we have transcended and transformed into a better version of ourselves. And so I don't want to ramble and I don't want to go on and on and on. But what I want to do is tell you is that the universe is now ready. We have to be excited and willing and committed to igniting humanity on multiple levels. This is the new great divine responsibility. Each and every one of us have a true responsibility to ignite humanity. And guess what? Where does it start? With ourselves, within ourselves. The work, the journey, the process is within ourselves, because and I learned this through this process. Originally igniting humanity, man, I had to go out and, fix all the problems. And that's not my job. My job is not to fix humanity. My job is to fix myself so that I can create great gifts and great offerings to humanity so that I can be the best person possible. And that's what this book is all about. We're showcasing 26 other authors who are doing their best to be the best versions of themselves so that they can reflect that to humanity. And we've also done something very cool with this book is we have collected and shared additional corresponding stories of other people who have ignited humanity, who've truly changed the trajectory of humanity through their actions. These are historical figures. We're going to talk about them today. You're going to learn and find out many of the people who have been classified as historical figures who have ignited humanity. And we're going to share what they did. Now, what's so interesting, is we titled the book Ignite Humanity, Everyday People Doing Extraordinary Impact. And the historical figures throughout the eons were at one time just ordinary people who chose to do extraordinary things that were going to impact others. And so that philosophy has now applies to everyone. You, even watching, maybe you're not a historical figure, obviously you're not, and you're not a part of this book just yet, or this movement, but you are an everyday person that has an opportunity to do something extraordinary. And that's really the essence of this mission, is how do everyday people, through their Ignite moments, that hero's journey from victim to victor, share and show the possibilities that are available when you truly step into the power of the human expression. And no, it's a mouthful, but it's pretty fascinating and fabulous. And so buckle up and get excited. Why are we doing this today? Well, Ignite Humanity, the book, is available today for everyone for free download on Amazon. And we want to make it free so that every single person gets access to these stories. I had a ton of fun writing the historical stories. I absolutely had life-changing moments spending time with each of the authors. And these people that you're going to meet today are truly people who are making a difference and have touched my lives. And I know they're going to touch yours. So I encourage you to grab a pen and paper, because you're going to hear some really cool golden nuggets today. People are going to share things that are just going to be profoundly like, wow, I want to write that down. So I want you to grab some paper and pen. I want you to share and connect with your fellow folks on your social media. Let them know you're here. Tell them to go to Ignite Television and watch this full program. We're going to be on all day long. And every 15 minutes, a new author is going to come on and share their incredible experience of igniting humanity, their philosophy, some of their ideas. They truly are going to lay down some fabulous fun facts and give you some uplifting information that is truly going to change. Now, there's so many, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. That is not what this book or today is about. Igniterama is about sharing, and it's about offering something for you to truly take an opportunity to make a difference in your life. There's no selling, there's no pitching, there's no offer, there's no call to action, there's no hustle, there's nothing. It's truly a day of giving, absolutely giving. And I want to thank all of the authors ahead of time for showing up. They could be anywhere today doing whatever is most important to them, and they're making an effort to be here. And I want to say the same to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this project, and let's get started. All right. Well, I'm super excited to introduce our very first author. She's going to be coming in and joining us. Yeah, of course, we're available today on Facebook, we're available on YouTube, we are available here, and you get to watch and witness all of that. So come on in, please join us. Farah, just unmute yourself and open up your camera. There she is. Welcome, gorgeous.
How are you?
Good morning. Super happy to have you here, being first in the morning. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome. I think I was first last time too. It's exciting.
So happy to have you here. I'm just going to settle into my excitement because my heart is just racing. My adrenaline is up. I'm full of excitement. It's just a very, very amazing time. And I just want to thank you and mirror you, the amazement of you. Thanks for being here and saying yes to this project.
Oh, I'm honored. And like you said earlier, it's been years in the making, but it feels like the perfect timing for it. So I'm actually more excited than ever that we're talking about this now.
I want to say thank you to that because a lot of people don't know, they think most people do know that it takes a long time to publish a book.
Hmm.
Usually, we can do them fast in Ignite Publishing. We do a book in 4 to 6 months. But this particular book, I think we're going on almost 3.5 years.
Hmm.
The idea came to me. I wanted to ignite humanity. I wanted to collect the stories. And a lot of things that happened in 2022 coming off of COVID, 2023,
Hmm.
2025 was a challenging year for a lot of people. What's been unfolding for you? What have you witnessed? Let me ask you that better. What have you witnessed since the beginning of this idea to what's happening now in the world?
I think before I felt a small community of people around me and online that wanted to make an impact, that felt like they could make a difference in the world or wanted to. But it wasn't like really loud. It wasn't really loud. It wasn't
Right.
everyone. And I feel like over the last couple of years, there's been so much tension and turmoil and uncertainty and frustration with each other and ourselves and the world that all of a sudden everyone's like, wait, I actually do want to make an impact. I do want to make a difference. I can make a difference. And now people are just kind of coming in a little bit and saying, what can I do to make the world a better place? What can I do to make it a kinder place? How am I going to leave my impact? So I think that just looking around us for the last 2 years, it's like, this doesn't feel good and this
Mm,
doesn't feel right. I've told myself a lot lately, and I don't know who first said this, but it's always darkest before dawn.
mm,
And I've been like,
mhm.
feels really dark, but I'm like, that's right before dawn. And everyone all of a sudden is like, I want to shine my light. I want to help put more light into the world. And it's a really exciting time, just feeling like everyone's awake and they want to give back and they want to ignite humanity in their own way, which is exciting.
I think you're so correct. I mean, people for a long, right, especially 2022 and 2020, we were still kind of in the residual of fear and
Yeah.
self-preservation. We were still getting our bearings again. Everybody was still sort of trying to figure out. Enough time has passed now where we realize, okay, there's nothing to fear. What there is how can we be functional? How can we be
Yes.
effective? How can we be proactive? And I think that's really the dawn of the turn, what you said, the darkness before the light, really there was this, I think for me, and I can say for a lot of the authors that went through this experience, we were getting over the fear of what if or what's next or what's
Hmm.
what's going to happen, and now it's what's possible or what are we
Hmm.
capable of or what's next. When you think about igniting humanity, and I've had a lot of people ask me this, like, well, what does that really mean? And so I'm going to ask all the authors today, when you think about igniting humanity, like, what does that really mean to you? Because it's a
Hmm.
great set of words. But there are people who are like, well, that seems so big and impossible. What does
Yeah.
that really mean?
That's a really good question. I'm gonna take this back to coaching because a lot of times
Mhm.
when I'm coaching people, they have all these like I am not enough or I can't or whatever it may be. And what I always tell people to do is go look at the people you admire and look at their story. And it's usually struggle to triumph. And in that triumph is making the world a better place in some way, shape, or form. So I think igniting humanity is letting everyone kind of see that no one's perfect. No one has a perfect background or experience, but we can all make a difference in the world. I don't care what anyone says. We all want to know we left the world better than we found it. We all want to know that our life mattered and we made an
Mm,
impact.
mhm.
And so to me, igniting humanity is, I used to give people like examples that are very famous. Look up these stories. But then I realized not everyone wants to be a billionaire. Not everyone wants to be a celebrity. You can do it in a small way. So for me, being a part of this book is my way to show that I can ignite humanity in my way. And that may not be on some grand stage, but it matters to me and it lights my soul up, in such a big way and it helps others. So I guess for me, it's kind of bringing it back to like a smaller, more relatable way
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
everyone can make an impact. It doesn't matter who you are. You just have to follow that thing in your heart that feels so good and do it to make the world a better place. And when the world's happier and you're happier, everything's better.
Well, I want to confess, I had the same feeling like it's, celebrities and
Yep.
famous people and people who are, already in the media.
Yeah.
And I really got the slap in the face to say, actually, wake up because every single person
Hmm.
has the ability to
Yes.
ignite another life every day, multiple ways, holding the door for somebody, offering
Yep.
some change to somebody on the street who needs it, smiling for a child, listening to somebody when they're
Hmm.
suffering. We all have the ability to ignite lives, and it's not about fame or wealth.
Mm-mm.
It's a different kind of wealth. It's, really an internal
Absolutely.
wealth. And you're right. Like when you make a connection with somebody on a deep, saturated level,
Hmm.
instead of just a flashy, I'm on stage and they're all
Hmm.
down there. I think that has such a richer experience.
And I think, I don't know if it's the younger generation, but they're not as impressed with the celebrity and all
Yeah.
that stuff that our generation was really into. I think they like authenticity. I
Mhm.
think they care about how the world is going. And I don't know that my generation cared as much about that. Again, it was more the activists, but I feel like all of a sudden everyone's an activist. Everyone has
Mhm.
something they care about. Everyone wants to make an impact. So I just think it's a hard time, but it's a really, really exciting time. And as us as individuals can share our story, we'll give hope and faith and confidence and all that to the next generation. And not even the next generation. My story happened in my 30s. So sometimes I'm talking to someone in their 40s that isn't
Right.
happy and wants to change direction. So I shouldn't say younger generation. Any generation that isn't happy or satisfied where they are, you can make a change. All my stuff started in my 30s.
Yeah, and it's so true that one of our greatest, human expressions is evolution. Like we
Yep.
want to evolve. We want to be the better version of ourselves. You dipped into that there are people who are famous, and that lends itself a little bit to. And I'm learning the word more historical. Our historical figures who have made a historical impact.
Yes.
Who did you align with or mention in the book? Who was your historical figure?
Dr. Barute. I
Yeah.
love her. And I actually had the honor of meeting her because I worked at Sea Shepherd and she was on our advisory board. And this will go into some of what we're talking about. But I'm like, she's one of those people they'll write about in the textbooks. You know what I mean? She's going to be a part of history in protecting orangutans. But I always say, well, I don't want to say too much too soon before you ask questions, but she's not led by ego, she's led by impact. And I
Hmm.
find that so amazing because Jane Goodall, such a household name, and got all the media and all the coverage and all the donations, even Diane Fossey, and they're called the primates, and she never gave up on protecting orangutans when everyone else was
Hmm.
doing other animals, even when it was hard to get money because people like Jane Goodall, where there's nothing wrong with her, but she did get all the limelight. But Barute was just impact, impact, impact. And it didn't matter how hard it was to raise the money or how much pushback. She just was relentless. And I just find that so admiring that you do it for your heart and for the impact rather than for your ego and recognition.
Well, two things I want to say. Like, I love that you chose her because she's someone I didn't know about, and
Hmm.
maybe a lot of mainstream doesn't know about her.
Yes.
So I love that because you brought exposure and spotlight to somebody who truly deserves it. They did make an
Hmm.
impact for humanity, even though it was the preservation of orangutans. That ecosystem, orangutans, and the whole
Exactly.
understanding of animals is so important for humanity. But I also did love reading about her and learning about her, and she was relentless. I mean, they were, attacked, and they were under, like, there
Hmm.
was fear of their lives because they were there was pushback from the
Yes.
poacher. Like, there was a lot of things that she did just nonstop, never give up, don't
Hmm.
need any of the limelight, don't need any recognition. This is what I want to do. This is
Yep.
what I'm focused on. And I think that is a true example of somebody wanting to ignite lives and ignite humanity. So I love that you chose her because
Yeah.
she's totally different and
Yeah.
doesn't, we don't all know who she is. So beautiful.
Exactly. And she, all her professors said she couldn't do it started from the very beginning, from your professors saying it's not possible to then being in Borneo and like you said, your life's endangered, the animals are endangered, the habitat's endangered, but she's not going anywhere. And
Mm.
again, you're just fighting for every dollar because there's so many causes that are important. But she's real. I love the word relentless, and she is. She was just absolutely relentless, and I admire that.
It's kind of neat too, because I think a lot of us have had someone in our lives, i.e., professors or doctors or media or someone in our lives who said, that's, you can't do that. That's not going to work out. What are you thinking? You're crazy. Like all of those neggy nims, I call them. Um, and so that's why the story is so great and relatable, is because all of us can think of a time where someone in our lives said we couldn't do it. Share a little bit about the plot line of your story that you
Yes.
talked about.
Okay. So this goes back to my 20s, and this is a whole courage over comfort, heart over ego is kind of like my whole thing about this story, is because I was offered the opportunity to have my own reality show. And my ego was like, this is amazing. Everyone's going to think I made it. They're going to think I'm so smart. I'm in the, glamorous red carpets and celebrities and all of that. But something inside me was pulling me towards a different job opportunity I received at the same time. But it was very corporate, very intimidating, overwhelming. I did not feel prepared. I actually really wasn't prepared. And I was struggling between the path that felt right in my heart and then the ego. And it was my mom that said, whatever you're scared is probably worth doing. And I just didn't
Mm,
understand that. Why do you want me to do the thing I'm scared to do? I'll probably fail. And she was like, that fear is like a signpost. It's not a signal to stop. It's like a signpost saying, go this way. There's something here that really
mm,
matters to you. And there's growth and opportunity. Whereas the other thing, nothing against reality stars, but that wasn't my path. And she knew that wasn't my path. I was choosing it because it was comfortable and easy and
mm,
exciting. So I did what I was afraid to do. And there was so much struggle and detours and all kinds of things that happened before I got to where I was meant to be. But if I didn't take that first step, I wouldn't have known. And then I had to take another step and another step. That's the other thing I try to tell people is you don't have to make the brave choice once. You have to make it over and over and over. And you
mm.
grow each time and you get stronger and you build that muscle and it becomes a little easier. But it's not a one-time job. And I think that's important too for us to share our stories because it's not all of a sudden one great thing happened and we reached the pinnacle of what we feel like was what we were meant to do. No, there's all these pockets that we're also going to tell you about that we had to choose courage over comfort and heart over ego to make that impact. So I think, throughout the story that I put in the book is all the things that kind of went wrong to get me to where I was meant to be.
Golden nuggets, folks. Golden nuggets. Write them down. Like, comfort over our courage over comfort. Like, that's such a good one.
Mhm.
And it's true. I read a book really interesting about primary greatness versus secondary greatness. And what you're
Mhm.
saying, like, the ego really loves the secondary greatness of the flash and the splash and
Yes.
all of that. But the primary greatness really is about doing what is in your heart, what you value, what will help others, what will make a significant impact. And so, bravo for you choosing and taking that choice and then writing about it, because many people are toggling between what their heart calls them and then, of course, what the ego says. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? So, kudos to you. Very good story. Very, very
Thank
powerful.
you.
Love your historical figure.
Thank
If you
you.
wanted to share with people who are listening right now, today, in this present moment, is there one word that you feel is truly the essence of what it takes to ignite humanity?
Ooh. I don't, authenticity feels too plain,
Mm.
but I think when you're authentic to your soul and your heart and your love and I just think I never thought about this before. I wish I knew this question was coming, but the first word that came to my mind is be authentic to yourself. And if you're authentic, you can never go wrong.
I'm
You're
writing that
leading from
down.
the heart, you can never go wrong. And you'll always put good into the world.
Well, I love that it came to you, because with knowing
Yeah, I
it,
was
you
like,
would
that
have,
is
I,
thanks,
thought about
Jamie.
it. And then what just came forward is probably the real truth. And I think now more than ever, people do want authenticity. I think authenticity is a fabulous currency. Be who
Mhm.
you are. I always tell people, I just be myself, because it's way less work to remember how to be
Yes.
anybody else.
Yeah. Well,
Way
even
less
Dr.
effort.
Barute, when I asked her one time, I'm like, how do you do this? How do you make this impact? And she goes, you find one thing that you're passionate about and you stick to it. And I'm like, that's what's going to end her up in history books. But that's not me, actually. Like, I got that advice from someone I really cared about, but I care about kids and animals and the environment and veterans and the homeless. And I'm like, actually, my impact is going to be trickled a little bit here and there. So even when there's someone you admire, their path isn't your path. Like,
Mhm.
it was such great advice for someone, but it wasn't my advice. So even that, I always try to, like, again, going back to in my heart, my soul, my mind, not comparing myself to anyone else, even the people that are super successful that I admire. Listen, the answer is within you on what's right for you.
Amen. Well, you're an international best-selling.
I'm so excited. Yay! Thank you for everything. I'm so honored to be a part of this book. I really am. And it's
Thank
going to
you.
make an impact. It really will.
Amen. It is just the seed planted to
Yes,
bloom into something great. Thank you so much. Love
absolutely.
to you.
Thank you
Love
so
you.
much. I appreciate it. Bye.
All right, take care.
Bye.
I love congratulating authors for becoming international bestsellers, but it's more than just becoming best-selling author. It's about sharing a story that is going to make a huge impact, and we thank Farah so much. All right, well, here comes our next guest, all the way from California. We're going to be bopping around a little bit to different countries because we have amazing authors from all over the world, and I'm so excited to welcome Dame Doria to Ignite Humanity. Hello, my gorgeous. Unmute yourself, beautiful. Peter, let
Aloha.
people remind people to unmute themselves. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited. What a beautiful young woman that you just had on.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. We've talked about the journey and how this book all came to fruition, how it's been years in the making. And I sometimes I make a joke, James Cameron thought that he would have Titanic made in a few years, and it took 10 years. Ignite Humanity took many years to unfold, but thank you for being a part of it. You truly are one of the people in my life who I think has been igniting humanity for decades. How would you say in your lifespan that process of igniting humanity has unfolded?
Well, it saved my life. It actually saved my life because I grew up and I think our environment is all about being very self-centered, and your mind can take you into so many different rabbit holes. And then when I had this enlightenment experience when I was only 26 years old, what happened was that I had this sense that I was here to do a job. I had no idea what that meant. And then as the world evolves, as humanity happens, as the feel happens, all of a sudden I started being more and more of service. And as
Mm.
I was more and more of service, and I began to see that the happiest people were people that had some sort of service in their lives, that they were adding value in some way. They were changing people's lives. And of course, I had my beautiful family, my own mother and grandmother and auntie and neighbors that were so loving, so connected. I truly grew up in a community in Santiago, Chile, and then came to this country. And so it was being of service that began to kind of show me that now I could get out of my own mind and be able to be more expansive, and everything just kind of started shifting.
I think you said two really beautiful things. First of all, you had an inner knowing at a young age, and I think a lot of people get a knowing, get a nudge, get a loud voice, get a calling, and they skirt it, they ignore it, they push it away, they don't follow it. And I feel like what you said was so important for people to understand is when you get the knowing or the voice or the message, follow it because it will lead to the next thing and then lead to the next thing, which obviously became part of your life mission. And second, when you talked about service, I think that we have grown up, or at least I have, in a culture of self-serving. How can I get this? How can I get that? It's all about the I. And it's truly the most happiest people feel their happiness through giving. And I'd love for you to establish a little bit more. You have a great word that you always use, that you even taught me. And I love that word. If you want to share sufficiency, I think it's so, can you
Yeah.
explain that to us? Because it's so juicy.
Well, we are students of Buckminster Fuller, and Buckminster Fuller, you see him everywhere. If you use the word synergy, the word leverage, and other very powerful like precession, which most people don't know, those are all words that were put on the map by Buckminster Fuller. And it was Buckminster Fuller that scientifically showed us that by the early 70s, there were enough resources on planet Earth to feed everyone, to be able to have clean water, to be able to share electricity, and to have a world that worked for 100% of humanity. Now, fast forward 50 years later, it's just beginning to catch up. It's just beginning to catch up. So one of the misconceptions in the whole movement of self-mastering, of coaching, of human potential, consciousness racing, whatever you want to call it, it has all kinds of names, but it's all the same. which is that you go straight from scarcity to abundance, and that's impossible. That is impossible. I want everyone to get this. You cannot do it, and this is where so many people have stopped working on themselves and have given up on many of the principles that truly work because they didn't focus on what is sufficiency. So sufficiency, and of course, Buckminster Fuller put it on the map, and then people like my beautiful Lynn Twist put it in the book, the soul of money. And then there's been all these other wonderful people that have began to teach it, including people like Peter Diamandis with the book Abundance in 2013. So once you begin to be aware of the word and the principle of sufficiency, you begin to see it. And so we are run by scarcity. Not enough time, not enough money, not enough love, not enough health, not enough whatever. It's like we're run by not enough. And being of service, by the way, when people are really like having a hard time with whatever, with their finances or even their health or whatever, I always tell them, just go and be of service, even if it's one day a week. And what happens is that when you leave there after 2 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours, all of a sudden your world is so much better. And then you begin to explore, always explore what is enough for you, including becoming very successful and very wealthy. What is enough for you that the hungry dog is not going to have you going and going and going? And you see it all the time with the billionaire and the trillionaire and all these people.
Squillionaire, your
It's never
favorite
enough.
squillionaire. The squillionaires.
Yeah, the squillionaires and everyone else. Why? Because in the way that the brain works and the way that we're wired, until we rewire into sufficiency, and you get very clear what is enough that you need right now, what is enough work, what is enough of everything. And then once you establish that kind of like that line, then from there you can begin to work into what is going to create abundance for you. And that sufficiency is one of the most powerful principles that absolutely have guided my life. And I stay below my means. This is something that I teach, below your means. So if anything happens like the pandemic or personal tragedies, whatever occurs, you can still get out of that feeling of survival. So my beautiful friend, Jennifer Hobbs, says it better. Are you surviving better, or are you thriving? Thriving. The key, what sufficiency does, it allows you to experience thriving.
It's so amazing. I had to write some things down because, you always want to be a great student. And every time I'm around Dame Doria, I just love, she has such good things. I'm writing things down as she's talking because it's so amazing. I love what you said about enough. Just recently, I was journaling one morning and I was like, I am so happy. I am just the happiest I've ever been. My life is so amazing. I'm so happy. Everything is so wonderful. Everything is so fantastic. And then I paused for a minute and I said, and there's no yacht and mansion anywhere to be found. Isn't that funny? And I started to laugh because I used to want a yacht and I used to want a mansion. And it was the not enoughness, or how does this measure? And I just had such a beautiful feeling that true happiness and true freedom and true financial wealth is really in the I have everything I need already. And it was such a beautiful feeling. And I had to giggle because for a long time we get programmed. For a long time we follow a certain path. Share a little bit about what you've witnessed in your lifespan, about where humanity has come from and where you see it headed.
Well, we are doing a lot better than we think, because there's so much talk about scarcity, and the people are so confused. And then what I do with people who not only attend Money and You and our other programs and the gifts, like one of the things that I remind them, how are they really doing? How are they really doing? Like, let me just very quickly, I have to share that my new definition of wealth is access to support, to expertise, to cash, to investments, access to beautiful works like this that can inspire you so deeply, right? So when you have access, there is a shift that begins to occur, because when you begin to really feel that wealth, then what happens is that we begin to really shift everything about us. Now, when you have access to a yacht, you have access to a mansion, you can rent
Totally.
anything. There isn't anything in the world, a Rolex, anything you can rent. You can freaking rent everything. And a yacht is way too much work. I know, I used to be a sailing
Exactly.
mom.
And it's so great because I'm like, I actually don't even want one. That's like a 20-year-old storyline.
Exactly. And so what happens is that when we begin to really look at what the access that we have, and like for instance, I'm having the most amazing experience. So I set up a whole platform. It's called the Money and You Global Platform. I have spent a fortune on it. And the whole purpose of it is to connect people to have access. And
Right.
people go, why do I need to join? It's for free, by the way. You can upgrade if you want, but it's totally for free. And it's like, and so if you don't have the mindset, when somebody gives you this beautiful gift, even some of my own partners haven't even taken advantage of it yet. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's like, what is happening? Because your deservability, they have done studies where people do not see opportunities. They do not see sufficiency. They do not, somebody opens the door, somebody wants to give them a gift, wants to support them. They can't see it. So
Mm.
our job is to constantly be so connected to self, work on ourselves, self mastery, work on income generating activities, work on leverage, work on building your economic engine, work on those aspects of yourself that need to move into sufficiency. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I have access to that. Oh, I have access to that. The fact that I'm with you, JB, you were introducing us to all the other authors. I was like, I can hardly wait until I connect with everyone. I mean, they're like, so that's access. It made me wealthier. You are wealthier because you're in my life. I am wealthier because you're in my life. And so
Yes.
recognize true wealth. And when somebody gives you the opportunity to be in like in a global platform, like I go, it's not going to cost me. What are they going to do? Are they constantly going to be selling me? No. And yes. And if you have any problem being sold, then you have a challenge selling your own product and service. And
Mhm.
now you use that as a mirror and you go, what is this judgment that I have about being sold? Is that
Mm.
then coming up for me so that I can sell? Money is the means of exchange of this planet right now. There's 1,000 tools. You can go into many of my different platforms and you will see how to clear your own deservability. So you have money problems. You have probably many blocks that is not your fault. There's nothing wrong with you. And you need to clear them. So we are a daily job. We are a
Mm.
daily job of clearing our sufficiency. And that is, I want to really acknowledge you, really acknowledge
Mm.
you. I love the book. I love the book. I put it everywhere. I told my friends, you are a fool if you don't download this as a gift. And he was like, oh, just one more of your friends doing this. And I go, this one is different. This is about igniting humanity, which you constantly say that you're about. But unless somebody says the right funnel and they said the right thing. You know what? Most people go, oh, I'm going to ignite humanity if I can become a zillionaire from it. And
Right.
people are so shocked when they hear me, somebody that has a program called Money and You, that goes into that conversation. You will
It's
become
important piece.
wealthy
Thank
when
you.
you add value.
And I just want to I want to pull this out of you in the last few minutes that we have is a lot of people think humanity, igniting humanity has to be this magnanimous, free, sacrificing, suffering kind of like, like martyr thing. And I think it's really important if you could share, it's not about that. That is not how you ignite others through suffering and through martyrism.
Absolutely. You're more joyous. They see you the most younger, no surgery, no injectables. This is what I look like at 76.
Amen.
This is me having thriving in life, living from sufficiency, being of service, and creating. You got to create that economic engine. I'm building my third one right now. So I
Congrats.
just happen to like to do that. So now you need to handle yourself and know that all the tools are there and be inspired by this book. Thank you to you and all the authors, because the beautiful, beautiful examples of how to really ignite everyone, the Uber driver, the waitress, the
Right.
waiter, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a long time, and that's why this book needed time to marinate, is we thought igniting humanity had to be this big grand thing. And it wasn't until we realized, like, we are igniting, and I've been saying this a lot, every single life we ignite, we are igniting humanity due to the collective consciousness. We are pulling on the red thread of all of humanity. By igniting one life, they will go out and ignite another life. As we just wrap up, I would love for you to just share the one word. I'm asking all the authors, the one word that you feel is just so important for humanity going forward.
Fact check. Check.
Okay, qualify that.
Just pretty much, there's so much junk out there.
Mm.
You have to do your own fact checking. You have to stop just following one newspaper. Excuse me, I'm showing my age. Fact, you just like have this one thing, you can actually see it. And if I may have a second word, I know I said two words, but can I have
Yes,
a
yes,
third word? Which
yes.
is neutrality.
Mm.
Neutrality, just like, oh, let me look at that, let me look at that, let me look
Yeah.
at that. And I want to give, please let me give everybody a gift. It's really just a gift, and you can unsubscribe after you subscribe, and it's
Do
called
it, please. Give
Doria
it.
Gift,
Yes.
doriagift.com. And there's a children's book in there which is called Money Mouse, which is to train people, children and young people about money. So it's like really expand, flood the waves, everyday internet with your gift. This is how you're going to ignite humanity. Put up blog posts, I'm showing my age again, put on whatever, do a podcast, what we used to call radio shows, now they're called podcasts. Do articles, get back into social media. You cannot, right now, we cannot afford not to have all of you beautiful people listening to this in every social media and just flood it with
Mm.
goodness. That is
Mm.
how we're going to ignite humanity.
Amen. It's doriagift.com.
doriagift.com.
Absolutely wonderful. And where can people get some money and you yumminess?
moneyandyou.com, and
Money
then
and
moneyandyou.com, and then there's all kinds of places to go, but I want them to go to the platform because it's a big gift for me, which is moneyandyouplatform.com, moneyandyouplatform.com. And then you have an opportunity to be able to connect there and introduce yourself. Don't start selling right away. Let people know you come in a few times a week and begin. It's just starting. It's like people don't understand systems. They think everything is going to be huge. No, that's not how it happens. It starts little by little by little. Just remember that, everyone.
Amen. Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to give you a big congratulations, a big yummy hooray.
Thank you. Aloha and congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Love you so much. Thank you for coming. All right. Thank you so much. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I love it. So, folks, again, we're not selling anything. We're just sharing. So we want you to be a part of everything and take advantage of all these wonderful free gifts. All right. Well, let's welcome our next author. Thank you, Dame Doria, and welcome, Sarah. Sarah's coming to the call. And again, another amazing Ignite author who has shared her gifts with the world. Something a little bit different. Hello, Miss Sarah. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Fantastic. So happy to have you here. Congratulations on becoming an international bestseller in 4 different countries around the globe. I know that you've been part of this journey and this message and this mission for a while. How has life unfolded for you? How is humanity viewed differently now as a part after being a part of this project?
That is a great question. I think this project gave me an opportunity to reflect upon what I've gone through and how I made meaning of it and look at it in the rearview mirror, and even distill down more how important it is to me to be of service, to be a great friend, to be a great mom, grandma, sister, wife, all of the relationships that I have in my life. Um, in terms of ordinary, I love how you phrased it, making ordinary an ordinary difference in the
Ordinary.
world. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
You know, it's a good
yeah.
point that you bring up because you said wife and sister and mother and daughter and all of those things, right?
Mhm.
And so many people are striving to, be something on Facebook that is, just an algorithm, or something on TikTok, which is just a movie. And you
Mhm.
are sharing the things that really matter. It matters so deeply, the relationships with the people in your circle. We've heard the word authenticity today. We've heard
Mhm.
the word neutrality. I think that that is an important aspect of igniting humanity because we are so used to thinking big and
Mhm.
splashy and world renowned and dollar dollar dollar. And the truth is,
Mhm.
I think in some ways we have to get back to family and to values and to an internal understanding where people feel loved and belonged and supported.
Mhm. Yeah, I've always resonated with the works of Ann Tyler. She's one of my favorite authors, and she writes about ordinary people, and it's deeply moving and deeply affecting. And in my work as an art therapist, I hope that the small changes I'm making in one-on-one therapy or group therapy stay with them throughout their life, whether it's
Mm.
something, an art piece that they made with me that they kept, or whether it's an insight that they had through our collaborative work together. My wish is that those changes stay with them.
Well, it's so great because Farah was talking a lot about humanitarian work. Doria was talking about working with money and finances. And I love to just
Mhm.
switch over. We are igniting humanity through art and share a little bit
Yes.
about that, how important art and creativity is for humanity.
Oh, I think it's everything. I think it's how we expand ourselves. I think it's how we connect. I think it's how we get to know the best versions of ourselves. Even if you're not an artist, the act of using a different part of your brain to be creative helps you to engage with the world and with other people. It also adds an element of fun and joy and lightness, which is so needed these days.
Hmm.
I believe in it so deeply, and I don't think our world would be the same without it. It's been with us for millions of years since
It's
cave drawings.
right. Like humans have been expressing themselves through art from the beginning of
Mhm.
time, drawing in the sand or carving on the rocks.
Exactly.
You said like some people don't think they're an artist, but do you have the belief that we all are artists within, or we all have some artistic expression? Maybe it's not painting or drawing, but it
Mhm.
could be tinkering with, metal or building technology or designing
Mhm.
hair or whatever that is. Do you think that there is an artist within us all?
Yes, and that's a great point. I mean, number one, as children, no one tells us we're a good or bad artist. So most kids love creating. And then as we become adults, some of us learn that we're not quote unquote good artists or that we're not good musicians and kind of stop paying attention to that side of ourselves. Um, and to your point, I would agree there's so many different ways to be creative. I think of my dad, who was a businessman, as being very creative because he
Mm.
found the most innovative solutions and around like working around the house, or he had really unique ways of thinking about things with deep curiosity. And I think curiosity is part of what's at the heart of creativity. Really looking at the world in a different way, or really being still with nature.
Hmm.
You notice so much more when you slow down a little bit. And art making, you can't not slow down and make art. It just kind of
Mm.
forces you to take a breath. And a lot of times I'll watch people as their breathing regulates when they're making art. Um, and it could be baking, it could be making sculptures out of twigs and things that you find outside. There's so many different ways to express that creativity.
I think that's the important piece is like artists, and I think we can define, artists do create art, but we all are creators, we all have this
Mm.
ability to create something. And so I think that, we do get the stereotypical programming around artists, but there is this thing where we all have the ability to create something, even create conversations and create relationships
Mhm.
and create. Talk a little bit about your historical figure. As we shared with people who are watching, this book has a corresponding historical figure that was added to the book. Each author chose a historical figure. Who did you choose?
I chose Georgia O'Keeffe, and I so resonate with her, how she was always herself. And she has said over and over again that she uses shape and color and lines to communicate what words can't. And that is what is at the essence of art therapy, is really understanding there's not just one portal to communication. There's so many ways to understand ourselves, to understand each other, and to communicate with each other. If you stand in front of one of her paintings and just take some time there, you really start to understand different aspects of her and the way she saw the world. And if she stood there and told you in words, it would not mean anything close to what you might get from understanding her painting.
Yeah, it was really neat. And thank you for having me do some research about her. I found that she really went against convention. There was a lot of force from institutions that this is how art should be, and this is how women in art should be, and this is what art should look like. And she really gave up a lot to just do what she was passionate about. And I think that there's an underlining cohesion with that. And you talk a little bit about what you've learned through your process and your story that emulates some of what Georgia went through. Georgia. Is it Georgia or Georgia?
Georgia.
Georgia. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I've always had a little bit of a rebel heart in me, even though by all, from an outsider glance, I had a very conventional educational path, and then got married and had kids. But that rebel in me came out when I decided to go back to grad school, like right before I turned 50. Actually, my first day was right around the time when I turned 50. And it felt so great to do something that, isn't the average age to go back to grad school, but something just felt so good in listening to myself and challenging myself and doing something that's not ordinary. I love coloring outside the lines, and to be able to have the space to do that felt like such a gift to me. And I realized I was in a privileged position to be able to do that. And that's why it's so important to me to give back.
Giving back is a common thread that has started since the beginning of the day. How would you recommend, or what would you suggest are some of the ways that people can be stepping into this new era for humanity?
That's a great question. I would say get to know yourself first and really understand what brings meaning to you, where you feel comfortable in your body. Maybe it's nature, or maybe it's teaching people, or maybe it's, I don't know, working with cars, or whatever it is, what really resonates with you, what you might be doing if you didn't have to work for a living, where you spend your free time. And then connect with, if there's a community around that, try to connect with that community, and then just listen to the whispers, like I talk about in my book, like listening to ways you can give back. And maybe it's just mentoring somebody, or maybe it's listening to somebody going through a hard time. There are so many ordinary ways to give back.
It's true. People always think that it's about the wallet or the pocketbook or the purse, and it really is not. There are just so many ways to add value and create wealth in your life and the lives of others that really don't cost any money at all. And I think it's really beautiful that you share that. And listening to the whispers is really important, because we do get those little nudges and those little aspirations, and I always say to my kids, like, find what you love, and then it doesn't feel like work. It's not, if you're doing what you love, it doesn't feel like work. You want to do it every single day. I remember one time we took the kids to Disneyland and we drove there, and then we were driving home, and I was like, I can't wait to get home to get to work. And my son was like, Mom, I think you're the only person in the world who would leave Disneyland because you're excited to go home to work. And I was like, well, that's how much I love my work. I love what I do, and it doesn't feel like work at all.
Yes, I also prefer what I do to Disneyland. So
Yeah. It feels like Disneyland every day.
yeah.
Is
Yeah.
there something you would love to just leave our viewers with? One little golden nugget. I have my notepad. What would you love to leave our listeners with?
Well, I love, I heard you ask the last person to come up with one word to leave the listeners
Yes.
with. And I have a practice of every year on New Year's Day making a one word intention. And I'm allowed to have one word and that's it. And I kind of keep that word with me for the whole year. And for me, it works out way better than New Year's resolutions.
Amen.
And I've had words like connect. That was a wonderful year. I've had words like trust, which has been fantastic and a more challenging year. Lead was one of my words, which challenged myself to become more of a leader. Awareness is another really good one for me. So I would just encourage people to come up with their one word that feels important to them every year
Mm.
and keep a record of it. And it's so interesting to reflect back upon and see the growth that you made in that year with that one word intention as a guide.
Well, Sarah, you'll be so proud of me because every year on the New Year's, I draw a banner in my journal and I color
Mhm.
it with colored pencils. And then I put my one word and I turn it into a little art piece in the front of my journal every year.
I love that. Can you share
Yeah.
your word for this year?
Magnificence was
I'm
my word. And I
magnificent.
have to be honest, like just after my birthday in June, I was like, you know what? I really feel like I've already like this year has been magnificent. This year has been magnificent. Life, everything has just been magnificent. So I was feeling very grateful that the
I
word
love that for
magnificent.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for being a part of this book and this project, Igniting Humanity, Igniting Lives. Big congratulations.
Thank you.
Loving you so much. Thank you for all that you do.
Back
Please
to
go and
you.
celebrate today. Please celebrate your success.
Thank you so much. And best
All
of
right,
luck
bud.
to you.
You got it. Take care. All right, I love it. So this is the thing. There are so many unique ways to ignite humanity through money, through art, through sufficiency, through humanitarian, through give back, and you're going to learn so much more. If you need a second, please go grab a pen and paper so you can write down some great notes. And we are going to welcome our next guest. Super excited. We're spending a little bit of time in the USA. We've got some USA authors, but it's really, really wonderful. So excited to welcome to Ignite Humanity on Ignite Television, Miss Barbie Layton. Hello, my darling. Unmute yourself and come on the screen.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, sweetie? Oh, you're sideways.
Uh-oh. Yeah, let me, that would make sense. Sometimes I feel sideways.
Big hugs and kisses to you. How are you doing?
This has been a really challenging last couple of years, but I feel like you were just asking about the word of the year, and I know for me, it's been steadfast. It's just been one of those things of where it's the turtle in the hare that slow and steady wins the race, and ultimately all those little seeds that you planted in the years before. I mean, look at what we're doing right now is something that was the culmination of 2024, and now the flowers are here and the bestseller status is here. So, I mean, it's just so exciting to just reflect back on all the things. And you and I've been in a lot of different spaces together over the
Yes.
years too, of doing a lot of crazy things.
You know, it's beautiful, and thank you. And I want to just, you and I have known each other for many years. We have done a lot of things together. And there was a time, and I know I can share this with you, where I felt embarrassed. I felt like crawling under a rock. I felt like I'd let everybody down. I felt like I hadn't done enough because it wasn't happening in a certain time frame. And I know that you understanding the quantum and the time continuum could probably speak to that, because it took me a time to realize that it isn't really about the time frame. It isn't really a linear time frame when we have deadlines and all of those things. It really is about an unfolding, and is it about the learning? And so I know that this is part of your work. Would you share a little bit of reflection on that?
Absolutely. It's the divine timing because, 2 years ago, our world wasn't where it is now. And I think the beautiful thing about our book is the fact that we're focusing on what's good about people and what unites us. And, my chapter is about world traveling in the sense of where that is one of those things that really, really unlocks the ability to see all the things that we have in common. And, as an American, I realized that when I lived in South Korea and I lived in Austria for a year, that they all focused on their news on things that are happening in their countries, but then they would talk about the US and other things too. So a lot of times it was the outside looking in. But for some reason where we are, it's so myopic of where it's all this. And if you were to believe I think Socrates says that the empty vessel is the one that makes the most noise. So if you focus on that 1% of people that are making this big kerfuffle and things like that too, that isn't the truth. And I used to have, when I used to teach middle school English, the kids would say, but it's on the internet. But it's on the internet. Well, how do you know it's factual? Because it's on the internet. It's in writing. That's fallacious reasoning. You can't have that. And so therefore, this book to me at this particular moment is so perfect for what things are going on because, you know, my TV show that I had, You're Amazing, I had 49 episodes of focusing on amazing humans who, yeah, they had billions of dollars in their bank accounts, but they were doing so many things to change lives with that money. They weren't using it to go buy yachts and other stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not judging that, but it's still in that sense of where if you, in order to be part of the upper echelon, you need to be one of those people as well. And so you need to be amongst them. There's code switching. If you go to different neighborhoods, you say certain things or wear different colors or whatever else, you learn that there's all of these little rules and things that you never knew were existed. And I feel so blessed that being in California, I've been around, you know, such a diverse population of people that are from all over the world, and then going to 39 or 35 plus countries, all the states in the United States and all the islands in Hawaii, and then living in Asia and Europe as well too. It just gives you such a unique perspective, and that comes back to the timing. All those things are our experiences that we can then pull from, we can draw from that. And so to me, I feel like the most important thing with humanity is also to always be questioning things in your mind in the sense of where, is this true? Do I resonate with that? As opposed to just being in a lockstep situation where you just agree with everybody. And so I think that with the traveling thing, especially with the quantum, when you travel, you are not ever on autopilot. If you go to the same job and the same thing, you know, when I do, coaching for people, a lot of times I'll just tell them, take a different street, go a different way, go a different direction. Because sometimes, you know, people will zone out and they drive their 20-minute commute to work, they get out, whatever, they don't even remember really that they're driving. They're there for 8 hours, you know, kind of quiet quitting is the words that have come up in the last couple of years where people do not feel fulfilled and then just kind of eat the same thing and do that too. But when you do the pattern disrupt, like right now, our book is the pattern disrupt. It's going out. I mean, the fact that it's #1 in 5 countries already in the last 3 days is incredible. And it's such a blessing to know that, you know, each person that I've shared it with so far with the advanced reader copy, they were blown away. They're like, these stories need to be out there. People need to hear this because focusing on all the negative all the time, we are actually biologically programmed to focus on the negative. We have that little reptilian brain that doesn't know if a saber-toothed tiger is coming or a friend. And one of the things I love is if I can travel, a smile is the universal language. You don't have to speak Italian or German or Greek or whatever. It's a smile. And then that person knows, are you a friend or are you a foe? It's a smile. And I always say that, you know, it doesn't cost anything extra to be nice to people. And my nephew's always kind of like teased me because we would go to restaurants and we'd always get our, you know, water refilled and the chips and salsa and whatever. It was always, you know, because I engaged with the waiters and the busboys and the people. How's your night going? How's it going? Because it's that intimate dance of where people need to feel seen and heard. That's on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I know that when Ken Honda did all the things about the happy money, I was going out and saying, with my blessings of gratitude, I hereby gave you my credit card to purchase this item. And I had sometimes like people who'd bow to me, they're like, well, thank you, my lady. I received that. But, you know, or I had an experience when I was at the Ivy in Hollywood. It's like a big, you know, see and be seen place. And my mom and I were there waiting for our table. They had these giant like bowls of champagne, and you get a complimentary bowl or glass of champagne while you're waiting. So I got my champagne. I was sitting there. I walked up to the guy who was pouring, and I said, "How's your day going?" And he said, "It's $25." And I said, "$25 for what?" He goes, "For a second glass." And I said, "Oh, I wasn't asking for more. I just wanted to know how your day was going because I'm sitting just standing here and I just want to know how you're doing." And he looked at me. His eyes got big. He walked over to my mom and me and with a champagne bottle and poured more champagne in our glasses. But those are those things to me of where they're these little teeny tiny things. But when you say thank you to the cash register person, or you say, you know, how are you doing, etc., it just being friendly, you know, and you Canadians are so famous for that. You know, I mean, one of the things I really love is that my my family heritage is Baltic German back to the 1200s. And then my mom was from Germany, or they moved to Germany, then went to Canada, they went to Toronto and Etobicoke, but she grew up and went to high school there. But I love the fact that Canada is a very celebratory country of different cultures. Like they had the Baltic German lodge you could go to. You could go to the French thing, you know, if you're a French person. I mean, you guys have a lot of those things where you really, really respect that. And I remember watching the Olympics when it was the Canadian one and the First Nations when they came out. It's almost gonna make me cry. It was so beautiful. It was just the honoring of those traditions and things. And I think that if we have ancient wisdom for today, there's so much knowledge from the ancient times. I mean, Napoleon Hill wrote that book, Think and Grow Rich in 1937, and Neville Goddard, and there are all these philosophers and people like that. I think if we take all of this amazing technology and AI and all those things, but we fuse it with the ancient together, it almost becomes like a brand new model. It's a hybrid of something so special and so fresh and so new. And that's something to me, it just really, really excites me is what's to come.
I love all of that. So many good nuggets. I wrote some of them down, and I think that, the message is really to be aware, be open, accept diversity, the smile is the universal language, and that is how we're going to ignite humanity, is through communication. I have some friends here who want to say hello to you and show you some congratulations. Miss Karen Wilson, unmute yourself. Welcome. So happy to have you here. Big hugs to you. What would you love to share and say to Miss Barbie?
I would love to tell her, first of all, congratulations, because she's really earned it. And also because she is somebody who does ignite humanity in everything she does. She goes through her life trying to help others and trying to bring others up in whatever level she can and inspire them to be themselves and to be more than themselves. And, for me, that's a great inspiration and a great role model. And she's always been a great role model for me. So I really appreciate her. And I think that, she's been on track to help humanity for just about her whole life. And the fact that she's in this book is just another piece of the puzzle, another milestone on the journey to help others.
Amen. Amen, Karen. So well said. Barbie, you'd like to respond?
Absolutely. And Karen, as you see, she was an author with you as well with Ignite Forgiveness, her story was very poignant and well taken too. I really appreciate that reflection because, it's not like everything is sunshine and roses. It's like everyone, you can take all these family photos and everyone's smiling, but then afterwards, and people go back to fighting about politics or whatever it is too. So you're snapshotting a moment that you want cheese and then her back. And, I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form. I have a lot of things where I'm a work in progress, but I also think that the continuing self-reflection of finding out, what is it that makes you tick and how can you be more effective? Because that I think is really a beautiful thing. And Karen has been a good friend and somebody that, we bounce a lot of different ideas off each other on things too. And it's really, really important to have support.
Amen. Well, you have some more support here. Miss Peggy Collins, would you like to unmute yourself and say hello? And then we'll speak with Carol. Go ahead, Peggy, just unmute yourself. Welcome to IGNITEARAMA.
Thank you. Thank you. Well,
have you read Barbie's story? What would you like to share?
Yes, I have read Barbie's story, and I've known Barbie for a couple of years now. And I want to say that she has inspired me to do more with my life. We have been in touch about doing projects, and I was in business for 40 years and retired and felt like, what am I going to do next? And she has helped me see that there's just so much more that I can offer other people, and has inspired me to go into parts of myself that I hadn't examined even at my age. And the book is awesome, and so is Barbie. And I'm really grateful to have met her, and just happy to be here. You're welcome.
Beautiful.
My pleasure. I'm supposed to say my pleasure, right, Barbie? You're teaching me those things.
My pleasure.
Instead of you're welcome, you say my pleasure.
I do. They do that at Chick-fil-A when you order a sandwich or a chicken sandwich. It's my pleasure. It's just, in French, it's mon plaisir, right? It's it's something of where it's just a graciousness of where it's like, because in Spanish it's de nada, which means it's nothing. And I thought to myself, I don't want to say that's nothing, but I want to say something of where my pleasure means that I am deliberately gifting you this too. And Peggy and I went on a trip to Maui a couple months ago, and her friend was with us, and she had just kind of just not been feeling great about herself. And she's like, "You're so lively, and people are always around you. And why are you I want to feel like that again too." And I said, "Well, then be that and allow yourself to do that." To me, giving other people permission to be themselves is actually one of the most beautiful gifts you can give to people, because so many people feel like, oh, I have to be like this and I have to think like this and I can't talk about this, but just be yourself. Like, I think,
Yes.
they say everyone else is taken. Oscar Wilde said that. And I also wanted to say too that what's funny is that Peggy's in San Diego right now, and we're going down to the guy who actually gifted you your knighting ceremony, Greg Reed, in San Diego. So he gave a great review of our book, and so totally supports it and is really happy for us. So
Amen.
it's just all these interconnected little dots. And I also really would like to speak about the historical figure that I selected. I selected Marilyn Monroe, and I selected her. The fact that she was actually a civil rights inspiration, that Billie
Yes.
Holiday's career was given because she refused to allow the people not to allow her in there. Most people do not know that about her. And I also love the fact that she came from such trauma, and she was just used and abused by so many different people. And not that I am her, but it's like I've been through some stuff myself. I mean, just literally some really horrible things that I didn't know if I'd get past or whatever. But for her, knowing that she could snap it on and snap it off, I do a whole ritual before I go on camera, which I call becoming Barbie. And it's the anointing of the body with the, in the shower, and it's the opportunity to you're basically you're adorning your outfit, you're adorning your body, that's your temple. And then from there, putting on my makeup and doing my hair and things like that. And then look in the mirror and I'm like, she's here. And when I've been on my TV show, and I'm gonna be doing another one too, so I'm excited about that. I got a sponsor for that. People said, you look like you're illuminated from above, like there's a light around you. And I appreciate that because it's intentional. All of us have this
Yes.
beautiful aura. And if we expand that light out, and that is the quantum. For me, when I do meditation, I send out billions of holographic little pink Barbie bubbles that I just think about, that they're little balls of love, and they just go pink, 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 indiscriminately all over the world. And there's, light workers all over the planet, and I just try to connect energies with them, like we're beacons and lighthouses. Like you see the graph of the cell phones, of where the towers, all the things, we're like that too. We are just as connected as that too. And a lot of people don't think that they're spiritual, but I've done sessions with people all over the world on the phone without a camera, and I ask people, I say, do you believe in electricity? Yeah. Well, can you feel it and touch it? I mean, if you put your finger in the socket, obviously you could, but I said, do you accept that we're both on a device that has to connect to an internet, has to connect to a Wi-Fi, has to connect to a tower? Do you accept that? Absolutely. Well, to me, that's what spirituality is. It's energy, it's electricity. And we don't have to argue about what's better or worse, etc. Because like one of the things for me that I'm very just, when I first did this, I prayed about it, meditated, and the two things that I was told is no religion and no politics. Those are the two things that are verboten, because otherwise then you get put into a box. And for me, I'm all about being out of the box, because I don't want to be defined by a box.
Well, I love that you say that. Let's hear from Carol Daly. She's here, wants to share something with you. Carol, say something to your fellow author, Miss Barbie.
Barbie, it is so wonderful to have heard you in person. You, your aliveness and you live the very words. I want to live, and I am living my words. You are just expressive with that, and it's contagious in such a good way. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Yes, I'm ready. I can do more. I can show up more. I can be myself more just from this short time of hearing you in person. So
that touches my heart. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, I love it so much, Barbie. Congratulations for all of the work that you're doing to ignite humanity. A big round of applause. I want to say thank you so much. Congratulations for being a part of the Ignite Humanity book and keep doing the amazing things that you're doing on the planet. Keep showing up, and I can't wait to be in your presence again for another event, another experience. Blessings to you, and thank you so much.
You too. Thank you.
Awesome. It's 15 minutes with each of the authors goes by quickly, and I wish we had more time. Please stay with us all day today. We're going to be talking to each and every one of our authors, and then at the end of the day, we're going to have a panel and talk to them again. All right, well, here we're going to our next author. Wonderful to have one of the male energies in our book. Also, a very good friend of mine in California. Actually, not in California anymore. We met in California, but not in California anymore. Welcome to the show, Sri. If you want to unmute yourself and open up your camera. Super excited. Blessings to you, my gorgeous.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm
Excited to be
doing
here.
delightful. Doing
Yeah.
delightful. Just full of joy, full of excitement, kind of this tingly, wonderful feeling. You also know that this project has been years in the making, and it's been something that has been a labor of love for all the authors. So thank you. I've chatted with so many people who started at the beginning and are still here at the end. Some people dropped off. You being one of the few that have made the full journey with me. What have you noticed in humanity that has evolved since we began?
Yeah, it's been a few years. I feel like there's been a shift, as I think some of the authors before me have talked about as well, as like this collective awakening in a sense. I think we got hit with a lot more awareness of how the world kind of really is and seeing people's true colors, like in our leadership and governments and big organizations and stuff. And I think the clarity that's come up for me that I shared in my story is when you say ignite humanity, it starts with each and every single person. And it's as you said earlier, it's not like a big thing, like you got to have this massive movement to create change. It's really each individual person gets to do their own thing. And one of the things I was reflecting on what to talk about today is for me, that humanity comes back to like what I said is presence into who we really are. Authors have already talked about authenticity already, and that's like a huge part of my work now is I felt like the best biohack or the best medical thing that we can have is being our true, full, authentic selves. And that,
Right.
helps reduce stress. It gets rid of like all the things like, oh, well, this is what I think I should be or what I'm supposed to be, but actually get to be myself. And it's a work in progress for me to really open up, to be open, vulnerable, accept who I am, and kind of really be aware of that. And I think the more people step into their own self, into their own full power, that ripple effect starts impacting more and more people. And that's how we get this big change to come about, is each person does their own thing that then, reflects on the bigger picture.
I really think you're onto something because you're right. Like, what a biohack. Like, if I don't have to think of what I should be doing, if I don't have to follow what I'm told I should do, if I don't have to have the monkey mind about like la la la, like
Yeah.
what amazing. I don't have to have imposter syndrome. I don't have to question what I'm wearing. I don't have to, diminish my laughter. Like, if you didn't have to have all of that talk and rhetoric and going on, like, imagine how much healthier and happier and easier
Yes.
and less stressful your life would be. Here's the ultimate biohack: just be yourself. It's so much easier.
It sounds so simple, right? Like you're not
So
living in
much
that.
healthier.
Oh, it's so much better. So much of our life is in resistance, right? We're fighting through this like molasses of like, oh, I got to look a certain way. I can't stand
Yeah.
out. I don't want people but just let that go.
Yeah.
And it's just so freeing. And that's what we want, right? Is that freedom.
So true. And the cells just relax, and the calmness and the peacefulness. We heard the word neutrality, which I thought was kind of interesting because it's not about not caring. It's about not having that. What I took from it was not having to be right. And I
Yeah.
think a lot of us feel like, well, you said, well, you did, well, blah, blah, and
Mhm.
what is right. And this neutrality is this peacefulness of not having to have to do it a certain way, which is the right way. And really, what is the right way? Because what's right for you may not be right for me, for somebody else, those sorts of things. So I love
Yeah.
that new hack. We got to give it a name.
Yeah.
Humanity hack.
I think so. The word we were talking about words, my word that comes up for me is aliveness. The more
Mm,
things to help us feel fully alive, that's kind of what I think we want out of life, right? Is to have that the emotions, right? The positives, the negatives, it's knowing that I'm fully human, right? And that's where I think we get to bring the juice out of life, right?
I
And then
love that word. I'm writing it down. It's such a great word.
yeah. And I think when we talk about neutrality, a lot of our stress and like the anxiousness and fear and sadness comes out of like the meaning we make out of the things that happen in our life.
Hmm.
And so if
Yeah.
we can look at it from a neutral perspective, it's like this isn't happening to me, this isn't whatever. It's like what does this mean? Like is this what benefit can I get out of it? What positive can I glean from this? You know, if the guy cuts me off in traffic, it's not like, oh, he did this to me. It's like, okay, whatever, he needs to get somewhere. And that neutrality lets us be more free and that lets us be more alive.
Well, I love your word because as you know, and if you've not yet got the book, folks, download it, please. Go to Amazon, download it for free. My little plug because we added these additional historical figures. And
Mhm.
I want to share with you, Sri, a lot of the research that I did to create the stories for the historical figures was a lot of the negatives or the negative or the
Yeah.
struggles of people's lives. And I really was fascinated why what we are recording and what we're putting into history and what we're repeating is not the aliveness, the excitement, the
Mhm.
wonderfulness. And going back to Barbie, who was just before you, like Marilyn Monroe, for example, there was all the controversy around her, and it was digging deep to find the aliveness in that person. Talk a little bit about your historical figure because yours was one of my favorites because I didn't know anything about this person, and then when I read it, I was just like, wow, so reincarnated in you, so reincarnated in many of us. Share a little bit about the aliveness of your historical figure.
Yeah, my historical figure was Hildegard of Bingen. She's an abbess in Germany in the 1100s. And I was like trying to find someone who reflected, like you said, myself and like a polymath. And I also
Mhm.
wanted someone, a feminine figure as well, because I feel like so many times we think of these historical figures, it's always what did this man do? And again, igniting humanity, I think, is about bringing out this feminine principles that we lost over time, like the
Mm.
nurturing and the care and the collaboration and the working together. So I wanted to find somebody who, invoked all of those things. And she's somebody who's a visionary spiritual leader. She said that like she called this greenness this force, if we go back to even Star Wars, like there's this energy that goes through plants and humans and animals, and it's a creative nature that all of us have. And that's something
Mm.
that, kind of went against the church, even though she was a huge part of the church. She was somebody who stood up against the church, but also kind of followed its principles in a practical sense. She was
Mm.
a healer. She was finding cures. She was finding causes and then finding cures with practical herbs and stuff. She was a playwright, a musician, um, and stood up for people in a beautiful way that and stood up to the church and the powers that be in her time. And I just wanted somebody that was able to be practically grounded. She's very woo-woo, but she's still like here on earth as a human being. And that's what I loved about her is that she was able to take all the things from the spiritual world. She called herself a feather floating on the breath of God. And
Mm.
but still had a groundedness to her, that a practicalness to her. And again, someone who you may not have heard of because she kind of did things her own way in her own world and it wasn't like a big, massive, earth-shaking change, but she still brought that difference among the people she was impacting.
Well, I was so impressed because what I found is like she was in parallel, like she lived in
Mm.
an era where any kind of adversariness was, life threatening, for example. And
Yes.
she lived very much in parallel with what the church was teaching and what the doctrine is of the time. But in parallel, she was able to really rise up and do very amazing things. And what I loved is a lot of historical figures that are mentioned are people who were in a resistance or retaliation, or there was a
Yeah.
conflict. And she really had this amazing way of making more of what she already had instead of resistance or in competition with it. And I thought that was a really beautiful igniting humanity quality of how can you allow this to exist and this to exist at the same time. And she
That's
was
that
very aliveness in it.
totally. That's that beautiful feminine quality of right, that collaboration
Mhm,
and growth and nurturing to bring
mhm,
something. And I love that analogy you made, that parallelness, taking something that's such, kind of, you know, structured and functional of the church versus, the nature nurture stuff of that she was able to bring about. And like, yeah, and it wasn't aliveness. She is the first like playwright of her time to talk about morality, bring in music. To there's a play, a creation, a creativeness in her work that we think of as not being allowed in the church, right? You're not allowed to like really think outside the box, but she was able to do that so beautifully.
Well, since we have defined her so much, now let's put that parallel on you, because I found when I was reading the author's stories, and folks, I meet with every single author. We spend time together. We go through their story word by word. It's called a polish, and it's so intimate and wonderful. And then I went deep dive into each author's historical figure and had to chuckle and giggle inside a smile, because the person they chose was so indicative of them. It was like literally, again, like reincarnated in you. So talk about the aliveness that has unfolded in your life and part of what you share a little bit in your story in the book.
Yeah, I think there was always a searching for me. Like I would say I was almost like in this place of numbness and like needing to search for some sort of adrenaline rush or some sort of big thing to like unlock myself and have feeling. And then through an illness, I was able to reconnect to my body and say, hey, everything, that aliveness is right here. It's in me. And I can bring it out from my heart. I don't need to bring it out from my head. And that, like living in that grounded present state that I mentioned earlier, allows me to kind of feel that without having to go chase for some, dopamine rush or adrenaline out there. I can actually bring it inside myself and kind of feel it even in the little moments and big moments. Again, it's still a work in progress. I'm still learning to do that, but like teasing out the little bits of stuff, the pleasures and things you get to enjoy in your daily life, that lets me have that aliveness and then lets me feel younger, look younger, be younger, just have that vibrancy that I was missing and lacking for so long.
Well, we said it at the top of the call, like the best biohack is just to be yourself and to be
Yeah.
alive in yourself, to be alive in your body and alive in your essence. And I think that is so powerful. Well, congratulations, my amazing friend. I'm so love the work that you're doing. Congratulations on becoming an international best-selling author, igniting humanity in powerful and unique ways. I truly honor you, and I'm so happy that this book has really brought forth not only this joy in you, but in others. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. It's such a wonderful experience to chat with all of these authors. I hope you're getting lots out of it. We're going to go move on to our next author, because these are very amazing individuals that I have witnessed myself grow and blossom and become a greater version of themselves. And I think that is the essence of humanity. We're not stagnant. We don't just stay one thing. We don't just reach a pinnacle and then nothing else. We don't just aspire for something and then get to the top of the mountain and that's it. There is this beautiful aliveness and awakeness and presence and steadfast and clarity and creativity. Like these are all the expressions. This is what I'm calling them now, this beautiful expressions of humanity, and they're being shown in all of our authors. So welcome, Miss Carol. Super happy to have you here.
Hi.
Joyful. Yeah, thank you. And it's just a joy to have you. I know that you've been a very huge advocate of this project. How are you igniting humanity in your life? Share a little bit about that.
Yes, first I want to jump in and say that, yes, I too am from California. I know there's been several here just lately, California ones, so I just wanted to put
Yay,
that
California.
in there. So awakening humanity. Oh my gosh, igniting humanity. It's sharing the journey that I have come through from, like, just the short of it, afraid I'm not good enough. I don't know how many
Right.
people could have some reference to whatever maybe that core belief is. There's so many of them, variations, and it all comes from not feeling like we belong and afraid we won't belong. Like belonging is probably our base that we need to feel safe and not threatened. And so we will change who we are. We question who we are in order to hope that we belong. Or sometimes it's, oh, the parents said I did good because I got good grades. I better get good grades or something bad could happen. Yes, sometimes bad things did happen to us. Some things we only feared them. It's wherever that is. And it's like, oh, from this place of adapting who I was to become somebody I hoped would be good enough. Therefore, I hoped I would be liked and loved. I mean, that was the next line under, afraid I'm not good enough. My life was just going on like that. All my relationships, and most deeply, the relationship I had with myself.
Mm.
And it's the relationship that people, and I work mostly with women. So it's women transform their lives when they transform the relationship they have with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so from this place of deep second guessing, like, is a gentle way of saying how my inner pusher, I call it my inner pusher, my inner judge, would like, okay, that wasn't good enough. I got to do better. And what can I do so that they'll like me? And on and on. And bless my mother's soul, as you read in the book, she awakened me that there was something more in me.
Mm-hmm. It's so beautiful.
Through her trials and tribulations. And so I began to need to find a life purpose. And that started like 32 years ago, I think. And moving forward, I realized, oh, my life's purpose is to allow the light in others to shine. And then I found out very quickly, well, in order to do that, I had to allow my light to shine.
Yep.
And you know this as well, right? And so it's just been this healing journey. And I did so much to work on so many themes in my life. And the one that kept nagging, but it was I'm afraid I'm not good enough. Even though I addressed it, it was so ingrained. I don't know if you can relate to it. It was so ingrained. I didn't realize how deep it would be, how I wouldn't speak up because the against with a different viewpoint than someone else who might be the leader, because it was still operating. I wouldn't be safe. I was afraid I wouldn't be safe. And so when I discovered that, oh my gosh, like my value and worth is inherent in my being,
Mm-hmm.
which
So
freed me
true.
to hold that, to know, which I had seen for so many people in my life. Like, oh, you can do it. I can see your greatness. I can see you unfolding. Oh, you got this. You can handle it. And then when I gave it to myself, that allowed me to take it even deeper into seeing it in others, and an even deeper way of helping them. One of my favorite lines that I know is I say to my clients because it's a reflection for me. Even in line at the grocery store, you make a difference. Sometimes just the smile, just standing there, the energy is there, and they might go, ah, and they don't know why, but just being there. So it's this huge journey of being, allowing, I like to call it allowing our brilliance to shine. And it's been such a great gift to not have the judger, the pusher, do, make things happen running all the time. It's
You
still
said
there
something.
because
You,
I'm
you
feeling.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, right out of the gate, when you were talking, I wrote down like when you ignite others, you ignite yourself first. And so many people feel like, oh, well, I've ignited humanity when I get here. And you don't get here without starting here and starting, you got to start the journey. And what you just said is so true. The power of the ripple effect, the power of igniting a life. And you said it also, the light, like one candle can light 1,000 candles. And it is part of igniting humanity is the journey that self must go through. You will ignite others as not when you reach it, but as you go through it. So I just love that you bring that up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a journey, and the person that that's in a similar energy, I'll call it, that you have just risen above, they need you. They need you in the line at the grocery store. They need you to be their coworker. They need you to be a friend, to say, come up here. You got this. And then you move up, and we're just going up, and we're bringing up humanity together. And everyone I've met in the Ignite community is all about that. Whatever the words are, it's about adding to, as you said, the ripple, making ripples that are, I'm going to say, coalescing together. The energy field is coalescing our multiple ripples. And sometimes I think of like, oh, the ripples hitting each other. No, they're actually coming in. Oh, if I was an electrical engineer, I'd probably, in a waveform, I'll just call it. They're joining, they're getting stronger. And I can feel that and see that in even the darkest moments. People are saying, it's got to be better than this. That's the ripple effect, because they want it to be better.
And I feel like, in COVID, in 2020, we all were in self-preservation, self-survival. We were all in our homes. We were protecting our family. We were protecting our children. We were protecting ourselves. We were in the most lowest base need of self-survival. That's all we could think about. And as the years have gone by, I think we've all realized that, yay, we survived. Here we are. And now what can we do to be better, to improve? And that the self-survival is actually through the collective survival. How do we raise up the consciousness of all? Because when, the tide rises, all the boats rise. And that's really a powerful example. Talk a little bit about your story, specifically how your personal story and also your historical figure reflect that.
Yes. Well, I'll speak of Gibran first, Kahil Gibran. He speaks to the heart of my work. I was trying to decide between Carl Jung and Gibran. And I came down to, Carl Jung explains the mechanics of transformation. And Gibran, he reminds us that why the transformation matters, and it's already in us. It's not going to look for it. Like the makings of a butterfly is in the caterpillar.
Right.
The caterpillar doesn't say, okay, we need to pull, XYZ elements out of that, whatever he needs, he eats and and then the butterfly already exists. And he's saying the butterfly is in you, your value and worth, your compassion, your care, your strength, your vision for humanity, your presence matters. And it's already in you. And so when I came down, I was like, oh, yeah, I love mechanics. I'm a very how-to person. I think, like, I'm like, how does that work? And what do we do here? I'm a very how-to. And I was like, of course, I would want to have that for my mind, but not for my being.
The deep knowingness, the knowingness is the being.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And it's so important that you say that, because I always relate to the apple tree. Like, you see a seed in an apple, it's like this tiny, it's so minute. And everything that needs to become a tree that bears the fruit of hundreds of apples is in that tiny, tiny seed. And that seed doesn't have to change to become an apple tree. The code is already in it. It just has to welcome the nutrients, take in the sun, be willing to grow, create the root system. But it's all already there. So it's a very similar analogy. And I think you're right. All we have within us, the seeds of greatness is already encoded within us.
Yes. And I just got something in your share about the apple seed, the sun, and I was like, oh, for the apple seed, if each of us are an apple seed, wherever we are in our becoming a tree, we are the water. We
Mm.
are the sunshine for each other.
Mhm.
We are the nutrients for each other, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And so
The soil.
that's
Yes.
yes, we are together.
Mm-hmm.
We we become.
Amen.
So my thoughts are like water to the sea.
Amen. 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 So beautiful, Carol. I love it. Love it. Let's take that and let's go with that.
I know. And this is what happens when we get together like this, right?
Right? And I wanted to say, we didn't talk about skyscrapers. We didn't talk about money. We didn't talk about dollars. We didn't talk about 0. We didn't talk about followers. We didn't talk about likes. We literally talked about the essence of every single human being has within them the code for greatness. And we all are enough.
Yes,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Mwah! Big hugs to you. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Super
I have one word. Do I have about 30
Oh,
seconds?
of course.
My
My
one word, because
What's
I
your
was
word?
listening, I was like, oh, what is my word? And it's awaken.
Mm.
Awaken to the truth, the worth, and the purpose already within you.
Awaken to the truth and the worth and the purpose already within you.
Yes.
I love it. It's so beautiful. I'm writing it down, folks. Write
Awaken.
it down. Golden nuggets.
And
Awaken.
everybody is awakening. Wherever they are
Yeah.
on their path, we are all awakening. So
And
we
it's
can
all
claim.
about remembering to awake, like the remembrance of the awakening within. Yes.
Yes.
Love it. Love it.
Woo!
All right, folks, if you want to find out more about Carol, just pick up the book. It's available on Amazon right now. Thanks, Carol. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Loving every moment of it.
You got it. Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to jump over to our next author. And folks, again, you can hear the aliveness, the presence, the authenticity, the generosity, the curiosity, all of the great things that are embedded into this book, the DNA of this book, along with historical figures. And so go get your copy on Amazon. Hello, Miss Butterby Rocka. How are you, gorgeous?
I'm good. How are you, JB?
Delighted. So happy to have you. Thank you for being here. I'm so grateful to just lay eyes on you. How's everything in your world?
It's going pretty good. We haven't seen each other in like forever.
I know, I know. I tried to reach out, but that's okay. Here we are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up for this live. We're talking about igniting humanity. And again, we've been sharing that this project has been in the works for a while. It has been maturing, it has been nurturing, it has been marinating. What's been unfolding for you as from compared to when I first asked you to be a part of it until now to the launch? What have you seen as the expansion?
Oh, for myself, the expansion has been a little bit of everything. Since we started on this project, I have become the governor for the Recording Academy. I'm on the board. I sit on the board of the Recording Academy. I sat on the board of the Women in Film and Television since then, and Grammy nominated now.
Amen. Absolutely. And for you personally, from the original first time you heard Ignite Humanity on the eardrums, and then now when you hear Ignite Humanity, how is that resonating different?
So for me, Ignite Humanity, it's turning my deepest detours into a roadmap for others. And what I've learned is that by sharing my story, it has helped so many people be able to see themselves in me. I mean, it might not be the exact same thing that I'm doing, but to see themselves and say, you know what, if she can do this, I can do this. If she can build that, if she can pivot, if she can, then I can. And so it's definitely been an amazing journey.
Tell me I can borrow that. Turning my deepest detours into a roadmap for others. So
Well,
good.
yeah, thank you. So in the chapter that I wrote in, I share how crushing rejection and physical setbacks that pushed me into pivoting. And pivoting was a really hard word for me. I think it's because I'm a Taurus, and the bull in me, when I see something, I'm focused, and that's it. And when God or whoever you believe in, the one, whatever, says, no, that's not it. And you just think your life is just supposed to be one way. And then sometimes, you get a reminder, no, there's other things inside of you. So had I not had the setback, I would not have realized the other gifts that I had that I was burying this whole time, which was crazy. The books wouldn't have been written, the films wouldn't have been done, the film festival wouldn't have happened, the podcast on 6 syndicated stations wouldn't have happened. It's just so many things that wouldn't have happened if I did not have my setbacks that happened. And if I didn't have people in my corner like Les Brown and other people that spoke life into me when I was having those rejections and having those setbacks. And so, you know, it's just been a blessing to appreciate my pivots, because I didn't at first. You know, when you pivot, it's hard. It's scary. And you're like, okay, so what am I supposed to do? Because this is all I've known to do this whole time. And now what am I supposed to do? And then you have to look within and understand that no one determines your destiny but you.
When I first started the book, I wanted to have different things that are igniting humanity. And you were my example of music, how music and expression is truly igniting humanity. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because we don't always, we think that it's success. And again, congratulations on the Grammy, but is it the success or is it the expression?
I think it's both, actually, if I'm being honest. I think that music speaks to everyone. It's the one love language that everyone understands. You can go anywhere over in the world. And it's so crazy because I only speak English, but I can go to Africa and I can go to all of these different places and sing my songs, and you still feel the energy, you still feel the love, and people are singing your words or singing songs, and it's a whole different language.
Right. It's true, right? It's the language of the soul, you know, like it's again, the language of expression. So, because you're dancing and you're moving and you're using your voice.
And music takes you to that space where you can, feel good about yourself. Or so music has so many different layers to it. You know, when you are going through something, you turn to some music that is uplifting, or it just depends on what your mood is and what your soul needs for that moment. But music reflects all of that for everyone.
You said another important thing about mentorship, and I got a text from Les the other day, Les Brown also, and it's like just that acknowledgement, those little words that he pours, that he's so amazing. I mean, that's one of his incredible gifts. Talk a little bit about how we ignite humanity through mentorship and how every single one of us can be a mentor, which is exactly what you said. If she can do it, I can do it, which is mentorship, or stories, or mentoring others. The importance of mentorship and how, choosing mentors that reflect the values that are important to you.
Well, I will be honest, at the moment that I fell, so I fell while I was touring, while I was getting ready to go on tour in
Not
a rehearsal.
mental fell, but physical fell, like
Physical
literally
fell.
fell. Yeah.
Physical fell, torn meniscus, torn ACL, dislocated my shoulder, had no range of motion in my shoulder for 6 months. And my stubborn behind still went to Vegas. I still went to LA to do a show where I had met for the first time Les Brown. I performed. It was Will Ferrell. It was Randy Jackson, Mario Lopez, all of these amazing people. But I met Les there. We ended up exchanging phone numbers. I still went to Chile and Mexico, and
Wow.
I know. By the time I came back from Mexico, well, let me say this. The reason I still kept those commitments was because it was bigger than just me. You know, when you have a band and when you have other people relying on you, that's other people's families that are also getting paid off for doing these shows with me. And so my thing was, let me push through. So I did the shows, and then after Chile, my knee was completely torn. It was completely blown. It went from just being a 6 weeks partial tear to a full tear, which means that I didn't find out because they couldn't tell in the MRI. So I didn't find out until I literally woke up to them saying, hey, so you're going to be out for a year. And I remember they couldn't even put crutches on me because of my shoulder. So I had to go with a walker, which was crazy. I had to go with a walker. And I remember getting in bed, and it just so happened Les was the very first person that called me while I was in bed. And I was starting to cry. I was welling up. And then my husband said, "Hey, Les is on the phone." So I picked up the phone and he says, "Hello," you know how he talks. This is Les Brown. I said, "Hey, Mr. Brown, how you doing?" And he says, "Well, your husband told me you just had the surgery and I just wanted to pour into your spirit." And he says, "I know this looks like a setback, but this is a setup for something greater." I start crying. I said, "Okay, thank you so much." I didn't understand, what it meant, because you gotta, for me, I have been touring doing music full time all over the world since 2007. That was my only income. I had two boys that was in the 12th and 11th grade. So everything in me said, "Oh my goodness." And at that time, I'm on my second marriage, but at that time I was divorced. So, you do the math on, oh
Yeah.
my goodness, what am I about to do? So I didn't understand it at the time. And later on, as I was able to, start getting up and doing things, Les asked me to work with him. He said, "Work for him." I said, I ain't worked for nobody in a long time. He says, "Well, work with me." And I said, "Okay, I could do that." And he became this amazing mentor that really poured into me. And I got to see how he operates and how, like, he just pulls everyone in with his, speaking, and helps them tell their stories and different things like that. And I worked alongside him for 8 months, which was amazing. And it helped me realize that, I had already had a book, and my book, I became an Amazon bestseller in less than 7 hours, which was really cool because it was my first book. But he made me understand I had so much more inside of me than just the book, than just my music, and that I didn't have to be afraid to, tackle and go after my dreams. Because in my mind, and I've always thought this, if you can see it in your mind, to me, that is a blueprint that God has gave you, that you can do it. Because you think about everything that's been made, from the car to the plane to the buildings, everything. Somebody literally thought of it and said, and then designed it, and then was bold enough to go after it. And did they achieve it right away? Probably not. Probably not. It was probably a lot of things that happened, and they had to go back and redo it again, go back and redo it again, until it finally, resonated and became what it was supposed to be. So for me, I now take these setbacks as, okay, well, then it just means that I got to go through a different door. And I'm okay with those different doors, because I've found some beautiful things behind each door.
It's so great that you say that, because I always say, like, what you want wants you. Like, if you feel it, if you have the vision for it, if you can see it in your mind, it's because that thing wants you to be the person to bring it to life. And I love that you are a proponent of the pivot, because we've had to pivot in lots of different ways through this process. And I think that the pivot gives us the adversity. And I read something yesterday: adversity is the best sparring partner you could ever have, because it strengthens you, and it gives you the fortitude and the willingness and the wantingness to proceed forward. So I think it's so fantastic. Miss Carol, are you here to pour into Miss Butterbee?
I am.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm so excited to be here, and here too in person. Your strong persistence, your direction, very inspiring
Thank
to
you.
how it wasn't, oh gosh, it wasn't, "Okay, I'm going to keep going." It may have felt that way at times, but it was, there was something calling you, and it feels like something was, to me, like something was kind of pushing you and something was pulling you. Like, no, there's more. There's more. There's more to who you are. There is more. There is so much here. And how you walked that, gosh, with keeping faith. Hard times, it's easy it's hard to stay going forward. And you found faith, and there was a lot to keep going so that you can actually do even more than what you started with. Right? You're able to do so much more. That's all beautiful. They're all parts of the piece, but your vision needed to expand so much more
Yeah,
to
thank
be
you.
here.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I don't wanna come on here and act like, I didn't have tug of wars in my brain. Because your biggest enemy is your inner me. And I really, did
Good
struggle
one.
a lot. I did struggle, again, the Taurus in me. I'm like, I only know music. I only know music. I didn't know about films. I didn't know about podcasts. I didn't know about books and different things until I had to sit down and say, well, what else do I have inside of me? And when I say the doors have been opening, because I finally said yes to myself. And then even with that, so going into films, is very scary because I'm brand new, right? I decided it was when you approach people, when you try to get them to help you in something that they've never seen you do before, that's kind of rough. And so I made my own lane. I put out my own film. It got picked up on 26 platforms. I wanted to see it in the movie theaters like all the other big films. I
Amen.
put it in there myself, and then I invited people, and then from that I had multiple companies, 6 different companies offer me a distribution deal, and now it's on 26 platforms. And then through that, I saw seeing it on the big screen was like, oh my goodness, and I just loved the feeling. And then I said, well, how can I help other people? So that's how my BBR Indie Films Festival started. It started as a screening / mixer where I would bring on other independent filmmakers to show their films. And I would bring in people that I know from the music and film industry because I know a lot of, major people. But I would bring in different people to come and talk to them to say, this is what you need. I don't believe in gatekeeping. I believe your blessing is your blessing, and all people need sometimes is just someone to listen, someone to advise and mentor and give them steps. And so with my BBR Indie Films, I'm able to do that and pull in other people that's willing to help, our community. So,
Well,
but none of that would have happened.
and it's another great way to ignite humanity is just by helping people, to mentor them, to listen to them, to give them support, to just bounce ideas off of. I've been asking everybody throughout the day, what's kind of the one word you think is so important for humanity right now?
Oh, for me, my word is pivot all day. Pivot, don't be afraid to pivot. One door closes, just understand another door will open. And if that door does not open, make your own door. Don't be afraid to make that door on your own. And I always say, even when I started doing my books and when I started my films, I said, well, because it's scary going into something that you don't know. So I said, well, how am I going to do this? But if you just take one step, then the next step, and instead of trying to take on the whole thing at one time, which will overwhelm you and make you quit, take it day by day. And then as I did that, people start coming. The right people comes into your place at the right time. And so, that's how it worked for me. And that's how it has been working. And now I'm just a magnet of anything I see in my mind. Oh, I go for it. And everybody's like, man, you do all of this. Yes. And I do, because I'm going after everything. Life is short, so why not go after everything that God has given you the blueprint for? Why?
Amen. And I love the word pivot because I think humanity has to pivot. I
Yeah.
think where we were going, the Kardashian lifestyle wish that we were all trying to emulate, the materialism, the what we have and what we can get and what we can do. I think humanity has pivoted. I think we are in the great pivot. I think that we are stepping into pivoting into a better version of ourselves. And so the way humanity will pivot is for each and every one of us to truly pivot from where we were to where we get to go, and how we can be greater. And I think that's an excellent example of pivoting is not because do it in like defense of something, do it in offense, like pivot into something greater, pivot before you have to. I think that's a wonderful example. All right, well, any golden nugget you would love to leave with our listeners? Get your pens out, people, write it down. You've had some good ones here. My deepest detour into a roadmap for others, and my biggest enemy is my inner me. That was a good one. Anything else?
I would just say that you're enough, because again, I'm only telling you things that I struggle with sometimes. Sometimes I go into these doors and like even with me on the Recording Academy board as a governor, I'm in there with people that has worked with Whitney Houston, y'all, and that's worked with all of them, with the Michael Jacksons and all these huge, huge people. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, their conversation and my conversations is two totally different conversations. And sometimes I feel a little like I don't belong, but I do belong in those same rooms. I am enough, and you are enough in whatever you are doing. And you just got to own what God has given you and know that He gave you all of the tools that you need, and you're not going to fail.
Awesome. Before we wrap up, let's just talk a little bit about your historical figure. You had a very unique individual that's not necessarily common to everybody. Share a little bit about the qualities of your historical figure that you admired.
My historical figure was Nina Simone, who is an amazing singer, songwriter. And I think she embodied being pure and unapologetic and, has so much courage, especially in her time. And one of her quotes is, "Freedom is no fear." And that really resonated with me because real freedom happens when you stop waiting for permission to be who you are and you just speak your truth. And so, regardless of what room you're in. So that's why I like Nina Simone. And I think that I am definitely fearless, and I attack everything that I want.
I wrote that one down. Real freedom is when you stop asking for permission. Some really good isms that you're sharing. And
Thank you.
I hope that when you read the story that I wrote about Nina, that you saw like it is you, like you are a reflection of her qualities. And so it's so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Thank you for being a part of this project. Thank you for supporting me and this mission to ignite others. I truly appreciate and adore you dearly. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for having me be a part of this project. I do think that there's some amazing stories, and I'm just honored to be a part.
Love it. Big kisses to you. Thanks for being here. A big congratulations. Woo! All right, take care. Thank you so much. All right, well, let's take a few minutes to really dial into all of the beautiful things that we've been taught. We've talked about so many gorgeous things, and again, like my face is just, aching with joy in the smiles because the things the authors are saying are so important at this time in humanity. And I think Buddha really said it beautifully. We have to pivot. We have to pivot from where we've been to where we're going. And where we're going is somewhere great for not just ourselves, but for everyone. And I often think that what you want for yourself, the dreams and the aspirations and the goals and the wealth and the freedom and the prosperity and the abundance and the love and the recognition, you have to want that for everyone else also. And I think that's a big shift in the way we have been thinking about humanity. Is everything I want for me, I truly want for every other person on the planet, because every single person deserves the joy and the happiness and the freedom and the peace and the harmony and the abundance and the awakening that all of the authors here are talking about. And the amazing thing is, really, when I thought about the subtitle for the book, Everyday People Doing Extraordinary Impact, it's absolutely true, because I want us all to know that we are enough. And just as everyday people, we are doing extraordinary things. We have the ability to make extraordinary impact in one other person's life through many of the things that people have said here, through a smile, through an acknowledgement, through an awareness, through mentoring, through helping, through supporting, through listening. And those are things that cost nothing more than our time and energy and willingness and wantingness. And that desire, that wantingness, that willingness will change the trajectory of the planet. And the common denominator is the stories that we share of how we how we became aware of that, how we stepped into that for ourselves. We all must go through a journey from the caterpillar to the butterfly. We all must metamorphosis into something more than what we are. And in doing so, we become awakened to how can I give and offer and be of service to others. And so just paraphrasing all of the authors that have been here today and sharing, it's really a very, very beautiful. It's not unreachable. It's not unattainable. It's literally something that you could turn off this live stream and go and do in the very next moment to help and support and love and care and pour into someone else. So how can you get access to this? Well, let me show you what the Ignite Humanity book cover looks like. We were so excited. We wanted to create something that was inspiring and dynamic. And so our team put together, what does it really look like? What is a visual representation of igniting humanity? And I'm going to get our producer to show us a copy of the book so we can take a look at it. And I want you to go to Amazon, wherever you are in the world, just log into your Amazon account, Google Amazon, and you can see this book, Ignite Humanity, Everyday People Making Extraordinary Impact. A beautiful cover with humanity, with the world globe in our hands, and the spark and the horizon and the light and the sunshine and what's on the, what's ready to be lit up. We've talked a lot about light on this program already today. And so the book cover really resembles that. Thank you so much. If you are able to, you can go to your web browser, not on the app. It doesn't work on the app, on the Amazon app. You have to go to your web browser, go to amazon.com or .ca or .uk or .gr, and then search Ignite Humanity, the book, and you will find it there. And then if you go to the right-hand side below, there's an orange button that says get this for free today. We wanted to make it free for everybody. Lots of people charge for their book launches on Book Launch because they want to recoup the cost that it costs to make the book. And we're the opposite. We want our books to be free on launch day because we want no barriers and no excuses. And Doria talked about that. If it's free and it's available and it's going to change your life, then you must go and get it. Like, hello, it's so easy. So just click on that button and you can get a free download. You can watch it and read it on your Kindle. And if you're not into downloads, then just buy a copy, purchase a copy, because all the proceeds, 100% of the proceeds of any books we sell on Amazon, and this goes for all of our books, all of our Ignite books, we use those proceeds to build schools. And we are so proud to say that we have built 2 schools in Indonesia through the proceeds of our book sales. Now, for those of you who know the way books work, you only get a few dollars for every book that you sell through Amazon. And we've taken those few dollars over the almost a decade, and we've collected them, and we've earned and created enough abundancy and sufficiency to support the building of 2 schools for kids in underprivileged areas. And we do that because as a publishing house, we believe that educating and inspiring the minds of the next generation is truly what is going to be the solution for the problems that we live today. And so those children need to be in environments that fuels and fosters their mind, their creativity, and all of that. So every book you buy, the proceeds and the profits do not go to Ignite as a company. They go into the Inspiration Classrooms foundation, where we build schools and grow humanity. And that is an initiative that we are very serious about and is very dear to our hearts. So if you'd like to know more, go to ignitehumanity.life. That's our URL. And we have something special for all of you. A couple of years ago, I came up with the 7 humanity principles. And these are the things that I meticulously, manicured for months and months from a download that I really got from Divine Source about what are the 7 principles that really are truly going to ignite humanity. And if you want to go to igniteyou.life, you can go and download the 7 humanity principles that we have created that are going to ignite humanity. These are principles that we get to live by, that we get to embody and embrace in our lives. And those are available for you for free, just for you to download if you go to igniteyou.life. Well, the day is going to be fantastic and continue. We have more authors to interview. We have quite a few authors that we're going to share a little bit more with them about igniting humanity. And then we're going to have a panel. We're going to invite some of the authors back, and we're going to be open up to questions that are coming in from you in the audience. If you've got a question, just put it into the comments. Just share on the comments your questions, and we'll ask the panel. I think it's really important to have that moment where we acknowledge the author, and then to have a moment where we come together with like-mindedness, where we think about what are some of the great things that we can share to uplift others. How can we start moving the momentum, the trajectory, like the train leaving the station? We are now igniting humanity. It is here. And I have been working on this project for over 3 years. And today, this weekend, has been a beautiful confirmation of this book coming out into the world. We've gone bestseller in multiple countries: Canada, the US, the UK, and Germany, and showing that this is a global book. This isn't just for Americans, just for Californians, just for Canadians. This is for people around the globe. Every single person on the planet has the ability to ignite the life of someone else. And that is what is truly going to ignite humanity. All right, go get your copy. And I'm going to jump over to our next author. We're going to welcome into the show our next author coming to you, Miss Margie. Very excited to share. Always love to hear what our authors have to say and get a good look at them again. It's been a while since some of us have seen each other. But you know what I love about great friendships and great people is you haven't seen them for a while, and then you just pick up where you left off. It's like you haven't even been apart forever. All right, unmute yourself, darling. How are you doing? Welcome.
Hi, I'm doing so well. How are you?
Really great. So happy to see you. Welcome to Ignite Humanity and the Igniterama Author Showcase.
What an exciting day for us all.
Yeah, how's it feeling? You're gone bestseller in 4 countries. You're a part of a very beautiful group of individuals who are igniting humanity. I know that this project has been unfolding for the last many, many months and years. Share a little bit about how it feels today to just really solidify this message of igniting humanity.
Honestly, it feels very timely for all of the things energetically we have happening in the year of 2026, year of the fire
Right?
horse. We just had Barbossa's basket, really weaving in all of that collective manifestation energy. We're about to have a solar eclipse with some meteor showers, and energetically, it's just like this year of reclaiming and continuing to let all of the unreal clear so we can walk in this sense of connected, rooted power. And it just feels so exciting that we were released the book in this time, like in this space, on this timeline, in this energy that's culminating for us all to really drop those seeds of wisdom in and let that light really reflect out into the collective.
Thank you for saying that too, because you when you start a project and you say yes to something, you don't know what walls you're going to hit and what you're going to bump up against and what's going to come in your way. And it seemed like there were so many strange, odd, delays and things unfolding and things happening. And then now that it's launching, it's like, yeah, of course, everything you just said. I mean, you just had multiple reasons why, of course, is it was supposed to be right now, because this is where we were ready to receive it and the universe was ready to share this message. So I love that you say all of that. Thank you. I want you to send me all those things so I can dial into them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you can plan a plan, but you can't plan the outcome. And I think that everything unfolds in its own divine timing, and like the when and the where this came out, it just really feels like it's the perfect time. um as again, like it's the crumbling of that false power, all of that separation, shame and blame as a way of life, judgment, worry as a form of love, like all of those systems we're really seeing in our world are like crumbling, and all of the beings that still have those woven into their identity are starting to wake up. So it's a time where they need these messages the most.
So beautiful. I wrote that down. Plan a plan, but can't plan an outcome. So you've mentioned a lot of the ways that we were living, and I think it's so true. Do you have some vision and foreshadowing to where we're going? What is the awakening unfolding for us as we step forward into this new era?
Yeah, it's really all about coming back into the sense of connection and not separating human beings from nature, recognizing that we are not superior to the earth. We are one with the earth and we are one as a part of her systems. And so being able to move in a way where we're really understanding that connection and honoring it and being able to derive power from those states of connection and not power in a way where we're going into the ego and separating and trying to control and manipulate through fear, but really like how true love moves at the speed of love. It's like we're moving back into that. We're all going to be moving in that speed and that collective where all those currents are meeting everyone collectively and rising us higher, and not in a state of like we're taking on other people's suffering, but we're providing so much love and compassion that suffering no longer takes over the narrative.
It's so true. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, as this project was unfolding, I was riding my bicycle through Mexico, and it was, it was hot and difficult. And God said to me, "Oh, you need to spend 40 days in the desert and write your next book." And so I said to my husband, "Okay, we got to get water and canned food and go out into the desert." And God told me to go out into the desert for 40 days, and it was very interesting because God also said, "Isn't I never told you needed to suffer." I just told you you needed to go into the desert for 40 days and focus. And you immediately, in your human form, thought that that was suffering, that was going to be lack, and you needed to have canned water and all of this stuff because that's the game, the story that we tell ourselves is that we need to suffer. And I really believe that this new awakening is that we don't need to suffer. There is no suffering. But back to your point, we don't need to destroy also, and we really are not honoring and loving our planet as much as we could be.
Yeah, well, and because we're not doing that externally, that means we're not doing it internally, right? Because
Right.
through nature's law, universal law, our internal environment creates our external reality. So anything that we're doing onto others or the earth, we're actually also doing to ourselves. And anything that we do unto ourselves, we're doing collectively. Whether or not we recognize it or take any accountability for that is besides the point, but that is what's happening. And so if you are not considering the whole, if you're not considering all life and your choices, that means you're also not really considering your true self and your choices either. And so this great awakening is bringing apart this space where people start to recognize that they don't want to work in those limited belief systems anymore. But because the word belief means be loved, like the root of that word is be love, and we have separated belief systems from love so much in this planet. So it's really navigating those limited belief systems and those states of oppression, all of those operating patterns that have really driven our society and our world. Those are really, really, really at the surface right now. And we're seeing that like real duality. We're seeing the duality and all of that stuff starting to crumble. So being able to come into a state of like true connection where energy is moving at that speed because everyone's beginning to pulse with love and with equanimity and walking with ahimsa and considering all life and to do no harm in their choices, it's just going to be a different way to walk.
I really like that word equanimity. Can you extrapolate on that?
Yeah, equanimity is being able to stay in a state of balance no matter what is happening in the external. So, like, this is, I like to say, I'm not swayed by the craze, the praise, or the criticism. I'm staying in this state of balance that no matter what's happening on the outside, chaos meets me and it organizes. And so that's staying in a state of equanimity no matter what is happening externally.
It's so well said because I do think that people and media and institutions do try to stir us into the maze and the craze and the praise and the allure of certain things when really our true groundedness is in that neutrality that someone else was saying earlier and in that presence and in that real equanimity. What a great word. I love it. Write that down, folks, because there's some juicy things coming out of here. Let's talk a little bit about your story that you wrote. Do you want to share a tiny bit of what was the main theme of the story?
Yeah, the main theme is really my own transformation of becoming a way shower and a walker and a steward of energy medicine as I move to become a master of living energy. That's the path that I'm on. That's the work that I do. And so as you're doing that, it's really recognizing the mastery of those lower realms that we've had to walk through so you can walk in the higher realms as a master of that living energy. And I had to go through many things in my young adult life and my childhood that was a victim story for a long time for me until I came into this way and was able to look at the harm that was caused, the harm that I was causing, the limited beliefs that I was walking with, and really actually be able to alchemize that into true power and not allow it to separate me from my heart anymore, but recognize the medicine which I now can walk with as I heal those things. Because when we heal things within us, our biggest wounds become our greatest medicine that we share. And because of the wounds that I walked with and all which I've healed and continue to heal, because it's a never-ending evolution, there's a lot of medicine that I have to share with people and can connect with many people in the world because of the amount of things that I survived and walked with. And allowed to alchemize to be powerful for me. So my story is really about, I called it the eye of the storm because before I was able to be in a place where chaos met me, I was swept up away in the storm of the chaos. It didn't meet me and organize. It took me right from the eye, right from the power. And I was very separated from myself. So the story is about some of the things that I've transmuted and some of the allies that I've met along the way who have helped shape me into the person that I am now. I still deeply work with my mentors in my community. They're a very big part of how I continue to grow. Like a teacher is always a student, and as healers and way showers, there's always going to be the world that we're walking in and things that are going to meet us that we have the opportunity to go deeper with. And the deeper I go with myself, the deeper I can go with all of the beings that I am going to work with. So it's a never ending evolution. So I continue to apprentice with my teachers, to work with my teachers, to get my own healing sessions with my teachers, and then still pass that wisdom on because as they grow, they have more to share with me. And then I have more to share as I grow with the people that I teach and mentor as well. So my story is a lot about that and that whole cycle of reciprocity.
It's so beautiful because, again, and this is the essence of this book, this is not stories about people who have created massive conglomerates and giant empires. This is about people who have walked through their own chaos and craze to find the healing and the medicine within, and therefore been a reflection for others. And I love that you say that because it isn't out there, it's right here. And when you really have the cup floweth over within you, then you have enough to serve and support others. And I think it's really coming back to that inner journey, and that inner journey, not of selfishness, but of self, so that you can serve. And I think you said it really, really well.
Yeah, I look at it as, in our world and the way that the society has created this term of like discipline, we think discipline means that there's a lot of shame and blame and check mark, we got to do 100 things a day, and if we don't, we're bad or not good, or we're not doing it right. And discipline truly is having such a devotion to yourself that you understand that the more you choose something, the more it benefits you, and the wisdom to know that the more it benefits you, the more you choose it, and then the willingness to really walk with the more you choose it, the more it benefits you, the more it benefits humanity. And so it's just like this, it's not something that you have to like have a check mark and need to do it perfectly. It's just like continuing to show up in that love of self and that devotion to that path. And then when you're walking that, it's not about anybody else. It's about continuing to show up for you. And as you just allow your state of presence to be the gift that you give the world without having to do anything other than find that medicine for yourself. And so when we do that, and we understand that all currents are going to meet us, we're not ever in a place of lack, right? All currents are going to meet us when we're holding that high coherent frequency, because energy wants to flow as a path of least resistance. The less density that we're carrying, the less limited beliefs that we're carrying, the more those currents are going to rise us even higher.
I love it. You're making me think like we have to make this transcript like available to all people because there's so many good things that you're saying and it's so true and it's so wonderful. And I want to honor you and thank you because it's beautiful the things that you are sharing. And it really is the journey of self. It really is the work, the inner work we have to do. Talk a little bit about your historical figure. Who did you choose?
I chose Nikola Tesla, and
Yep.
the reason I chose him is because a lot of the energy that I work with is scalar energy. And scalar energy is a freestanding energy that generates over time that Nikola Tesla was researching as free energy. And it's different than a light wave or a sound wave because they don't decay. It doesn't, those waves don't decay over time, they generate. And when they meet another scalar wave, they generate a third wave of light or third wave of energy. So it's always expanding and it's moving through the earth and through the sky, through all life things. It's moving and generating. And people, because we're living things on the earth, it's already generating in our field. But ways that we activate it are when we're doing things that really light us up. So, like when a dancer can dance for hours and hours and hours and they're just spinning and spinning and spinning, or runners get that like flow state when they get a runner's high and they just run for hours and hours and hours, or artists who are creating and just like can create these beautiful works of art and it's just like done like that and they can just keep
Mm-hmm.
going. They're naturally generating scalar light without knowing that they are. And so when you bring that into our imagination, our greatest form of intelligence, there's research from Dr. Valerie Hunt, who did like 30 years of research on how we can do it through meditation and sound frequency, generating that light within our body. And so through guided meditation with that visualization and that like really optimal imagined state, we can generate more of that into our body. And so when we're generating in our body, it becomes bioscalar field because it's in our body bio. And when you apply that to a healing principle, especially in collectives, which is why collective and group work is such a big part of what I do, when you start generating healing to break up the dense frequency in our bodies, because we're bringing light frequency to it, as scalar waves are moving in through us and we're generating more of it through our imagination, it's meeting more scalar energy within our own person as we're breaking up that dense energy. So that means numerous third waves are being generated in our own body as we're pulling more of
Mm-hmm.
it in. And then when you're in a healing collective, so you're in a group meditation, you're doing yoga, you're doing one of those things, and the intention is to bring more of that light in. As more of that light fills you and it reflects back out because it's a give and receive situation, it doesn't decay, it continues to generate. More light then reflects out into the collective and creates more space for the whole to generate more of that scalar light. And so that is why I picked Nikola Tesla.
Which is just an example, like a perfect example of all the people in this project, in this book, and what this book is emulating and branching out for everybody. So I love that you said that. So interesting. So interesting. We need to organize a meeting and talk more about it because I just love what you're sharing. It's beautiful. In the spirit of time, I'm going to let Carol come on. She is one of your fellow authors. She would like to say something and share a little bit with you. Just unmute yourself, Carol, if you want to share a little bit with Margie. Go ahead. If not, then I will. Is she here? Maybe she stepped away. Okay. Margie, I want to say thank
There.
you. Oh, there we
Okay.
are.
I don't know where my my picture is, but I'm here. Oh,
Go
there it is.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Now I can see. Margie, I feel like I just got the summary of a brilliant PhD. I
Right?
call it scalar waves, but scalar, however you're saying it. I feel like I just got this brilliant summary of a PhD of application of that principle, which I had looked at before, and I was like, oh, that's a lot to go into. Thank you. That
You're so welcome. It's funny that you say that because I'm actually applying for my PhD this year. So
all right, well, you're on it. Oh, wow, wow, wow. And
Congratulations. Thank you.
yeah. So, real quick, thank you so much for being you and having walked your journey to ignite humanity. I could go on. It just brilliant how you took everything and are changing humanity. Thank you.
oh, thank you, Carol. I'm so glad to be on this project with you and having this space shared with so many amazing people like yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. Mwah! Big hugs and kisses to both of you. Thanks, Margie. Congratulations on becoming an international bestseller and igniting humanity. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Up next, folks, we are going to be chatting, moving up to Canada. We've got lots and lots of authors, so don't go anywhere. And I wrote some really great things that I think are so poignant. Again, production, make sure what we are getting a transcript of all of this, because this could become a book itself. It's so delicious and wonderful. All right, let's welcome up Randy. Hey, Randy, welcome to Ignite Humanity. Happy to have you here. So excited that you're igniting humanity. Anything that you've heard so far that's just really kind of, like, wow, that was exciting?
Well, everybody's got a great story. We all have a story. Everybody has a story that needs to be told. And I think that's the really cool thing about the compilation books is that there's so many amazing stories, and somebody's going to catch on to one story or find something in the story that really ignites themselves. So I think that's the really cool piece of it.
Thank you so much. You have ignited my life in lots of ways, so thank you for that up front. Again, years ago we met, and I planted this little seed about igniting humanity, and this project has taken its weaves and turns and bounces. Now that we're here, and it's, it kind of crept up on us, and then here it just sort of showed up and it kind of exploded. It wasn't like this big buildup. It was kind of like this wonderful simmer, and then here it is. Now, from where we started to where we are, what has changed for you when you think about igniting humanity?
Well, that's a great question. And you asked me that question on the mountain when we've met. We were on that hike and you met, how would you ignite humanity? And it's
Right.
such a big question. I mean, it's a really, really big question. And of course, I stumbled through that question and answered it in a number of different ways. But you inspired me, and it was through purpose. It was through, how I really built my life and what my life has become because of some adversity in my life. And here we are talking about igniting humanity. And so there's a concept that I call C3, and it's not really in this story that I've written, but C3 is about, confronting whatever it is, if that's humanity, then of course, converting what you understand about it and allowing it to compound. C3, convert or confront, convert, compound. And so I think anything in life that you really take that approach, you're going to ignite something around you and let it actually grow beyond just who you are. And that's the really cool thing about humanity. I'm just one person. I'm one in billions and billions and billions. But if I can help somebody else see something of a value and ignite their idea of what humanity is, oh my goodness, it's compounding then around the world.
I think it's so important that you say that, because when we talked about igniting humanity, and even in my story in the book where I talk about meeting His Holiness the Dalai Lama, somebody in India asked me that and said, like, how are you going to ignite humanity? There was this idea that it was so big and it was so impossible and so like unfounded. And yet everyone we've talked to today and everyone we've heard from today has just brought it into this really very concise. It just starts with one person. It's just one person touching the lives of one other person. And it's fascinating that it was so big and out here, and then now it's just become so easy. I just, I can smile I can listen, I can put my hand out, I can mentor, I can be a support, I can just reflect, and so I think it's been really neat how it's swirled into this really manageable, wonderful magic that we all can hold in our hand and wield in our lives.
Yeah. I often think of a seed. A seed is dormant. There's nothing there. It just is a seed until it is put into soil, and we don't know what that soil is like. Is it hard? Is it fertile? And yet somehow within that dead seed, as we see it, something pops out and starts to grow and matures and makes something exceptional out of that seed, which then multiplies and multiplies and multiplies, I always have this great image because I grew up on a farm in southern Alberta, and my dad would actually take different seed that he had and he would germinate them over the winter to see which seed was the best seed to sow in spring.
Wow.
And I remember this little experiment that he would do all the time. He'd always have these different seeds growing, in the house over the winter and seeing which one would germinate the quickest, which one would actually grow the quickest. And he would then determine which is the best seed to use for his prime piece of property that he was going to sow.
Mm. And was it interesting because were the seeds in frequency with that season or that year or that time, or was it that he was allowing like the seeds that wanted to grow at that particular time to unfold? Because I do think that a seed is a life source, and it's interesting to me, like, would one of those seeds be more like, this is our time? this is our time to grow, and those other seeds are still good, but this is our time. We're going to grow the biggest this year.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he determined which was, the best seed, but it was always the same. It was the same place, the same environment, and
Right.
the different seeds would grow at different pace. And you go, okay, I'm
Yeah.
going to use, and he had them organized in granaries, different grain and different granaries, and then he would choose the seed from a specific granary to go into a specific field. I really don't know the science behind what he was doing, but I can say
Smart.
this, that we often had the best crops in our area.
Right.
And I think it was just the care, the way,
Intention is the word right? The intention that
yeah.
he had around it.
And so, we're seeds.
Right.
What is the intention that we have?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
How do we, fertilize and water and give ourselves the best opportunity to be that compounding opportunity for humanity? Because
Mm-hmm,
we've all been given the gift. Now, are we going to actually allow the gift to be compounded?
Yeah, so beautiful. Each one of the authors that we selected to be a part of this book had their own sort of unique area: music, art, humanitarian. And yours, really, you have this beautiful understanding of adversity. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that, because I think one of the common denominators for all of humanity is the enduring and the adversity that we overcome. And I think that is an incredible characteristic of humanity, and love for you to share your view of it.
Hmm. Well, maybe I'll start with a question. Like, do we believe that adversity actually can be a positive? Do we believe that it actually can change us or change who we are or change the way we see the world? And I truly believe that it is a change agent for good. And, biologically, I believe that we do change. I was hanging around with some friends last night, and I said this: we actually become who we're with. So if I'm hanging around nice people, I probably become nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so how we view whatever it is, so adversity, how I view adversity, it's going to be a change agent for pro or against, positive or negative. And so early on in my life, I faced some fairly severe adversity, some challenges, and that one that really changed my life was, having a motorcycle accident and breaking my neck and waking up paralyzed. And what do I do with this?
Mm.
And so it significantly altered who I am in a very positive way. I believe that we all have this adversity gene, or underdog gene, so I call it, that can be
Yes.
brought out for the good of things, which of course, there's the Underdog DNA book that you so graciously helped me with. And so not that we need severity, not that we need something that's very severe to give us credit to unlock this superpower within us, which I call the underdog DNA, the DNA within us, but to activate it. And that we could do through just knowing how to unlock this special gene that we have in front of us, or within us, to activate us to become underdogs at a very, very high level.
Yeah, congratulations. It's such a beautiful concept. And I think what you said about how we view adversity, and I think that a lot of people are viewing humanity as adversity. It's too much, it's too expensive. We can't go here, we can't do that. This is happening, that is happening. And we're looking at humanity from an adversity, potentially negative viewpoint. And to your point, how you see something is how it becomes for you. And so how can we shift the adversity that humanity is handing us into something that is beneficial, an opportunity, an experience, an environment, a way to go and find a mission, a purpose, a vision to create something. Share a little bit about the adversities that humanity is asking of us right now and how we can turn some of those
Yeah.
into a super hot power.
Well, let's face it, life is hard. Let's be honest. Life is not easy. Life is hard. I know we in the first world countries have it very, very easy, but we still find our hard parts in the first world
Right.
countries. And so I think it's really important that we do hard things. And sometimes hard things come to us when we're not expecting it, but we can also choose to do hard things. And hard things help us really fortify who we are, help us understand who we are, know who we are, that we're comfortable in our own skin, which I think is really important when we think about humanity. Who are you? Are you comfortable in your skin? How can you better the next person without feeling sorry for yourself and really help others? And that's that compounding effect.
Let's talk about the word. I've asked everybody their word. What's their word that really is going to be pushing humanity forward, in your opinion?
I like the word resilience,
Yeah.
which I think is one of my superpowers as well, is resilience and being resilient. Because adversity, when it comes and humanity comes at us, how can we manage what's coming at us? And I think if we understand how to be resilient, we understand how to handle adversity, we can actually start stacking them and making them a bit of a superpower. So when the really challenging parts of humanity come at us, it's not going to just push us over, blow us away. We will have I think we'll have compassion around those situations, whatever that is, have empathy for people that are struggling, which is really, again, advancing humanity.
Yeah, for ourselves and others, which is very powerful. In the last minute, talk a little bit about your historical figure.
Yes. Terry, amazing individual. Finds out he's got cancer. His knee gets amputated. He says, I'm going to, help people understand what cancer really is, and starts his run across Canada. Terry Fox, of course. And Terry runs across Canada, or he's trying to, doesn't quite make it. Cancer overtakes him, and he passes away shortly thereafter. But just an incredible human being that wanted to show the world that this isn't something that I guess stops you from changing the world. He changed
Right.
people's minds, their thoughts, how they respond to cancer. And of course, every September we have the Terry Fox marathon that we do here
In
in Canada.
79 countries now, they do the
Is it
Terry Fox.
79? I thought it was 40, but 79
I
countries.
read
Wow.
somewhere it was 79 countries actually celebrate the Terry
Mm,
Fox Marathon of Hope, which was really
yes.
true, like giving hope to humanity. So beautiful.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you for all that you're doing. You really are a exemplary example of an Ignite author and igniting humanity and the work that you're doing. Looking so forward to your book launch in the fall. I'm trying to get the applause. Yeah.
So good.
Thank you
So
so
good.
much. So appreciate you, and celebrate another incredible book launch, 4 countries, igniting lives. Thank you for
Wow.
being you.
Thank you. Thanks,
All
JD.
right, blessings. You got it. Awesome. I love talking to the authors because their ideas and their mindset is just so grounded in one another and in helping others. And again, no one has getting on this call talking about money and dollars and who's who and what's what. They're really talking about the journey of self, really the uplifting of who you are to become a greater version of who you are. All right, let's move on to our next author and share some more yummy details. Please, folks, go to Amazon and get your free digital download today. All you have to do is check out Ignite Humanity on Amazon, and you will find that book in the book section. Welcome, Miss Jackie. How are you, my darling?
So good to be here. I'm well. How are you?
So good to be here too, folks. I will say that Miss Jackie is the first person that said yes to this project. Long ago, years ago, I shared with her my vision and my idea, and it was just a little spark in the big cosmos. And she said yes and has been with me all this time. And here we are now, so much learning later. If we just compress time and we put time aside and we talk about learning and we talk about expression and we talk about awareness, it's really been a beautiful, beautiful process. Tell me what's unfolded for you. Again, I think for me, what I thought about humanity years ago and how I feel about humanity now is so vastly different. And I think it's the same for all the authors. Just share your beautiful expression and understanding of humanity where we're at today.
First of all, I just want to acknowledge you for your hard work and dedication to this project. It's really an honor to be a part of it as I see it come together with all the beautiful stories and the tapestry it's woven together. It's actually quite an accomplishment, and I just want to honor and acknowledge your vision.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. It means the world to me. I receive that and I appreciate that, and I'm just filled with emotion from it. Thank you again.
I remember hearing your testimony when you came back from seeing the Dalai Lama. I remember you having that experience of meeting third eye to third eye and feeling this transmission of consciousness that was, in essence, a blessing from his goodness to you for this project, for humanity, and for you to do it in your own unique way. And that way is through stories. And so I feel a deep connection to your mission because I'm a storyteller. I'm a longtime professor of English and creative writing. I've since retired, beloved teacher in communities that have struggled quite a bit. I started my teaching career in the South Bronx at the height of the crack epidemic, and I never stopped fighting for humanity when I saw how we treat the least among us, how we disregard and throw away members of our society. I was working in the Bronx, which had been burned out since the 70s, and those burned out buildings were still there. No one had done anything to uplift this community. And I came in as a, bright and shiny, like, I want to stand and deliver. I want to change the world. Like, I felt a calling. I did Teach for America in 1990. It's the first year of the program, which was a vision seed of Wendy Kopp, who was a Princeton graduate. And there's a lot of controversy about the program, but there's also a lot of wins and success stories about when you have a heart for service and you want to transform and you're coming from love, you will put yourself out there in ways in which you will be battered, and yet you will learn, you will rise, and you will continue to go and grow, and you will touch lives, and you never know whose life you will touch. So one of my, thinking about a success story for me is one of my students at the time was a very troubled child, and she would fight in the class every day. And she just texted me, reached out to me, emailed me as I'm actually at my professor job, and said, "You saw me when I thought I was invisible. I will never forget you. You changed my life." And that's to me what it's about. It's about seeing each other as human, every single one of us, Black, white, brown, purple hair, tattooed, pierced, transgender, not sure what their gender is. All of us are human and we're all one family. And your vision of oneness and the ability to touch one is the ability to touch all of us, is a perfect reminder of what it means to ignite humanity. Each one teach one. I always taught my students, each one teach one. We all have the power to change lives. We all have wisdom inside of us. We all have medicine for others. Let it out. Let out your gift. Let out your story. Touch somebody. It doesn't have to be world changing, like billion, it doesn't have to be that. As a matter of fact, just be you.
I love that you say that. And again, I'm just tickled because I've wanted every story in the book to touch different facets of humanity, and yours with the power of writing, because words do ignite humanity. Words do have the ability to transform. Stories have the ability to touch heart and move lives. And I think that not enough people realize the power of their words, the importance of impeccable words, the ability for words to have this life force to rise people up. And so I just love that you say all of that. And when you're talking, I'm writing, because like, your words, girl, your words, you know, they're just so amazing. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the reminder to all of us that one of the ways that we ignite humanity is, yes, through music, yes, through sufficiency, yes, through humanitarian, yes, through give back, yes, through acknowledging the planet, but our words and how we speak about ourselves, how we speak about our mission, how we speak to others, how we speak out is so important.
It is so important. And just to weave together with Randy's beautiful story from before, with the seeds that are planted, every word you speak is a seed you plant.
Mm-hmm.
So what seeds are you planting? When you say be impeccable with your word, use your word to uplift. If you're like me, my story was a lot of negative inner self-talk, a lot of inner criticism, a lot of beating myself up about I didn't do enough, don't feel enough. How can you flip the script, write a different story, start telling a more empowering story to yourself about yourself, do the inner work to flip that script on yourself and rewrite your story. You are the author of your own story.
Right.
And the ending doesn't stop now. If you're stuck in the middle of a painful story, because I know I was for many years, many decades, I'll be honest, you have the power. You have the power with every thought you think, every word you speak to change your life. And so 1,000,000%, I agree with you on this.
Yeah. I read something recently about like the 3 things that you can, you know, really do to shift your life. And one of them really stood out. It said, if everything you said was heard by everyone on the planet, would you be aware of, like, would you be more aware of what you say? And I thought, wow, like when you're backstabbing or gossiping or talking about someone or just criticizing or yuck, it's fascinating to think like if the world was hearing you. And then I was talking to Peter about this and I said, not if the world is hearing you, because the world is hearing you. Like even if you're in your home by yourself on, you know, and you're it's like a megaphone out to the universe that people are hearing, humanity is hearing, consciousness is hearing the world's news. And so how powerful is that?
I just want to add on to that because I just feel that there's so much negativity in the world right now. There's so much polarization and fighting, and we all feel like we know how to solve that problem and, you know, tear the other one group down so that we can lift up our own message. And if we shift out of the negative talk, how do we shift up into a positive talk for ourselves, a positive talk for our world, a positive possibility of what's possible, and shift out of like, I know what's right, and shift into, well, what if? Let's imagine, let's dream a better world. Let's dream it into being. Let's speak it into existence through our liberated, empowered voice. Let's create an empowering narrative for all of humanity. When you start talking about humanity, people are like, oh my God, I can't do anything. That's just too much for me. I got to go back to and it's just like, well, let's just start with yourself. Please just with yourself. Tell yourself, I can do something. And as a matter of fact, what could I?
You in the mirror. Start with you in the mirror. That's the easiest way to uplift humanity is just you in the mirror. It's not this big, huge thing. And I love that the stories, yours specifically also, I mean, the endurance and the dedication and the commitment that you took, and it just starts with one person and it rippled out to all those other people. I love what you said. You saw me even when I thought I was invisible. How important is that to all of humanity for a person to feel seen?
And I will just say, I would never forget her. I would never forget her.
And she will never forget you.
Never. I mean, and sometimes we don't know what seeds we're planting. I think that's one of the things about parenting. And, I help a lot of people who need to reparent themselves from childhood trauma, like me. That's my story. I had a very abusive, kind of scary daddy. I felt very silenced. I couldn't speak. So when I became the teacher, I could see the one in the back of the classroom. I could feel them. I could read their soul and the energy around them and the space that was created. And I wanted to make a safe space where everybody could speak and be heard, and to know I don't want to hear you performing for me as the professor of English and creative writing. I don't want you to write some nice sanitized. I want to hear you. Your story is what I want to hear. Your voice matters. Your perspective matters. I work after the South Bronx. I've taught in Oakland at Laney College for 20 years. It's like becoming City College of Oakland. So it's a community college, deeply rooted in social justice, deeply rooted in serving those who are underserved. Many of them the first time in their families to go to college, many of them the first person in their family to set foot on this soil, many of them with so many dreams and so much desire. Some of them never left their four corners of their community because they didn't know what was possible. Honestly, I know I'm going down a road, but I want to just reflect on a student that I had who had such a traumatic life, and she was raped, abused, turned out as a prostitute, and thrown on the side of the road in a garbage bag for dead. And when she came into my classroom, she was a grandmother. She had found the church. She had a bright smile on her face, and she's just like, I know my life has purpose and I'm here to learn. Let's go. I want to write my story. And I take comfort from her courage, her resilience, her power, her ability to turn her life around and just say, own it. I own this story. I'm not going to be ashamed that I was a prostitute. That is my story. That is my strength. That is my superpower. And when you own it, nobody can take anything from you. You stand in your power. So I want people to remember the power of your story, the power of owning who you are, no matter what has happened to you. Do not be ashamed of where you have walked or the journey you have come through. It has led to where you are now, and you have the power to change the ending. What ending do you want to create? If you were to pick up your pen and say, this is a magic pen, and when I write this story, it's going to come true. Write the story you want to live. And
And that story is going to be a gift for someone else. It may have been, it was a gift for you, but now telling it is now becoming a gift for someone else. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Let me ask you, because we have to wrap up, and I want to keep going. And you're going to be on the panel, so that's great. Tell me the word that you would love to just instill in everybody for going forward for humanity.
My word is bliss.
Bliss.
And I just want to say that I have a new book coming out. It's called The Holy Grail Codes, The 7 Keys of Soul Liberation, a guide for awakening light workers. And it's how every single soul can liberate themselves. We are all light workers because we're all here to share our love and light. But there are the pioneers, the early awakeners, the ones who are willing to do the work so that they can be the seed for somebody else. How to liberate your soul? The fast track, the wormhole to liberation, to enlightenment is follow your bliss.
Beautiful. I want a copy. Okay, and let me ask you, so that because people are curious, who was your historical figure?
Maya Angelou. So interestingly enough, what's often left out of Maya Angelou's story, because she is a magnificent woman, matriarch. She's like Oprah's mentor, like she's just a brilliant writer, an inspirational, phenomenal woman. She was a prostitute back in the day. And she rose herself to become the madam of that place. And she transformed every trauma into triumph. She found the poetry, the art, the beauty of pain and raw experience and self-expression. So stories are important, but I also tell people, however you express your true self, let it out. I had to tell one of the most painful stories of my life in order to get to my bliss, and let it be seen and let it be heard and let myself feel it. Because a lot of us suppress and numb, but if we let that out, then we let in so much more room for bliss. And that bliss is how we create heaven on earth for all. That's my vision.
She's
I
a
believe
beautiful soul, and she is igniting humanity. Yes, she is a beautiful soul, and she's igniting humanity. There he is. I'm trying to get my little applause meter going. Thank you for those incredible, powerful, amazing words. Let's do some more work together. Let's get more stories out on the planet. And I just honor and acknowledge you and see you and just love, love, love what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right.
Blessings. Thank you. Take care and congratulations. I love it. It's so hard to stop my interviews with each one of the authors because we could just go on and just when we get the momentum, we're going. But it just goes to show you how incredible each one of these people are in their own niche, in their own environment, in their own community, in their own sector. So much of us have been taught like we have to have 2 million followers and we have to be something for everyone, and that's not it. If you learn anything from this program is that you have the unique gift in you, and that unique gift is what is exactly the universe is asking you to shine your light upon, to be that for the people who resonate and are in that same frequency. So love it. Love for you to get the book and find out all about these stories and these historical figures. Let's welcome our next author to the show. Super excited to be interviewing and sharing just these beautiful, beautiful representations of igniting humanity. Hello, Miss Nicole. Unmute yourself and let's see your beautiful face. There she is.
Hello, my love. I'm so happy to be here with you.
So happy to have you. Love your background and your rising amazingness. We're just diving deep into it. We're a couple of hours. We've been on since 10 o'clock this morning. And every single conversation is so yummy and juicy. And it's talking about, it's not the macro, it's the micro. It's, not the big things that we're doing for humanity, but the little things we're doing to make a big impact for humanity. Share a little bit. Again, you were here in the project well in the beginning, saw the vision, said yes, and then have also gone through your own transformation of what can I serve? How can I deliver? What does humanity asking of me? Talk a little bit about that process.
Well, yeah, I mean, what a journey this has been. And, it's so interesting because the becoming part of this project, Ignite Humanity, actually was a catalyst for part of the shift that I've had in my life. So I was on a journey of trying to heal from chronic illness for many, many years. And that journey took me to exploring many, many modalities, over 60 different kinds of modalities, and healed myself. But the illness just kept recurring again and again, and I couldn't really understand it. And what's fascinating is that my dear soul sister, Tish Meehan, she and I connected through this Ignite Humanity project. And she is the one that wound up introducing me to a modality called the Akashic Records. And that completely changed my life. So from the moment that we started this journey, I was doing corporate wellness. That was my focus. That's how I was serving humanity. And then I wound up accessing, the wisdom of my soul through my own Akashic records, because that's what Akashic records are. It helps you access the memories of your soul, of every experience you've ever had across lifetimes, across family lineages. And as soon as I was really connected into this, I found out the actual source of the illness that I was dealing with, and I healed myself. And to finally heal myself after 15 years of being sick on and off, it was life-changing for me. And so I dove deep, and, it came on so naturally for me because I've been a healer many lifetimes over. And so it was more of a remembrance and awakening. And so I've spent the last couple of years sort of shifting out of corporate wellness and shifting more into my healing practice, because I'm here to awaken souls, and I'm here to help people reconnect to their light and the healing that is their birthright.
It's so true. And I think, again, every aspect of this book had its components, and this healing component is that we have the power to heal ourselves, that in healing ourselves, we truly can ignite others. So let's talk a little bit about how, and your historical figure also reflects that, how healing, well, like when we heal ourselves, we heal multiple times over. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so healing looks different for everybody. And what I've found in healing various things within me is that a lot of the issues that are creating the scenario that requires the healing are deeply layered. And you might have multiple sources or to an issue, but every time you do the inner work to release one layer, you get a little lighter. And when you release another layer and you get a little lighter, and you keep doing that, and you just get a little more connected, a little more lighter, a little more in tune with yourself, with your intuition. And what I found for myself is that the more I healed me, is my healing ability got stronger. So
Mhm.
what I'm able to do to help others is more impactful. And if I didn't do the inner work to heal myself first, I wouldn't be able to do this work that I'm doing now to help everyone else heal as well.
Yeah, and it's so true. I mean, and in that healing process, sometimes people be like, "Oh, those healers, they're just all so happy go lucky." But the thing is, they've done the work. They've done the
Yeah,
work to work through the things that were holding them back. And talk a
absolutely.
little bit about dis-ease and how the body, is really speaking to you and saying like, "Hey, I really want you to pay attention to this because when you pay attention to this is going to liberate you for your life mission, for your divine assignment."
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything that is coming up as a challenge for you in your life, whether it's dis-ease in your body or some other kind of big challenge, it's always there because it's trying to awaken you to something deeper within yourself. It's trying to show you that there's some kind of past experience that you had somewhere along your journey where you had some kind of trauma that made you not believe you're worthy of whatever the thing is that you're trying to do, or there's something that's happening inside of you and it's asking for your attention. Our
Mm.
bodies speak to us all the time, we just don't
Mhm.
listen.
Mhm.
When you're working away at your computer and you're typing, and your neck is getting real sore and you're finding yourself getting a little I'm just going to push through it, you're tired, you're pushing through it, your body is speaking to you in those moments. It's
Right.
telling you that your body needs rest in this moment. You're activated in the stress response right now, which is creating a cascade of different issues that you're going to have to deal with later on because we don't listen. But then we wait until the body is screaming at us
Yes.
to
Yes.
stop, and you're literally forced to really stop. That's those moments. The diagnosis for a lot of people, like the people who really heal from the diagnosis and stay healthy afterwards, are the people that got the diagnosis and use that diagnosis as their wake up call to
Right.
recognize that something in my life isn't in alignment. I'm not living my purpose, or this relationship isn't serving me. I need to let go of this toxicity. I need to make some kind of shift for myself because I'm not living the life I'm supposed to be living right now. The people who take that and actually do the inner work, make the changes and shift, they're the ones that get liberated from it. But the
Mhm.
people who only focus on just the physical layer of trying, well, I'm going to take this medicine or I'm going to do this thing, but they're not really addressing the underlying thing that created it in the first place. Well, of course it comes back later, right? Of course it recurs because you didn't really address why it was happening in the first place.
Right. And I have like, in the utopia or in the idealism of humanity being the greatest place it could be, people are happy, people are kind, people are at peace, people are in harmony. And the way to be that is within the healing of ourselves. Because if you have a chronic pain or chronic angst or something isn't in your life, and then you've got pain, so you've got irritation, so you're not sleeping, and it all just kind of snowballs. So to wind it back, how can we be in harmony and peace with one another is really to begin the inner healing or any of the dis-ease that's in our life. And that's sort of the grand vision of, we would all be in a place where we have done some of the work to heal within ourselves, and sure, something comes up and then your quick course correction, you listen to the body. You talked a little bit about your historical figure and how that person also emulates this vision.
Yeah, so my historical figure is John Lennon. And one of the things I really loved about John Lennon, in addition to just all the amazing music that he and the Beatles created, is this vision that he had. It's like the Imagine song. It's that vision that he had that we can live in a beautiful place where people love each other and there's peace instead of war, and we can respect one another. And I think that's just so beautiful. It's so simple. And he spent his life, you know, especially younger, being sort of ridiculed by the adults around him for thinking bigger than his station, or what they would have considered that at the time. But it takes that radical kind of thinking sometimes. It takes being delusionally optimistic sometimes to create something different for yourself. And I'll say, you know, being on a journey of chronic illness, I've been through a lot with that. You know, there were so many days where I didn't feel good, where my body was hurting. I was in a lot of pain. I was exhausted. I was depleted. And on top of that, I was dealing with a lot of losses at the same time, and grief and sadness, and trying to do all of this while raising babies and a growing business. And it was like madness at the time. And I sometimes look back and I go, how the heck did I do that? And how did I do it with a smile on my face? Okay, because that to me is the magic that I have tapped into, which is this: I never allow a challenge to define me, or to rob me of my joy, or to stop me from doing what I want to do. And a big part of that is mindset and the way you look at the world. But for me, it was recognizing one day that the story I was telling myself was, I'm sick, I don't feel good. That's what other people would ask me, and that's what I would tell them. And one day I realized that was the story I was stuck in. And I didn't want to live that way anymore. And I said, you know what? No. Yeah, my digestive system isn't working, and this was, you know, out of alignment. But guess what? That's only one part of my body. The rest of my body is a freaking miracle. So I started waking up every day instead and saying, thank you for these two eyes that get to see the world. Thank you for my heart that beats without me telling it to. Thank you for these legs that carry me through my life, because those things were working well. And those were the miracle that was me, even though this one part wasn't working. And what you focus on is what's going to grow in your life. So if I focus on the challenges and the difficulty, then I'm just going to be stuck in more challenge and more difficulty. If I start focusing on what's going well in my life, then I invite more of that into my life. It doesn't mean that I disregard or I don't have to deal with the hardship. No, it's still there. I can look at it and go, oh, yeah, you're here. I don't like you, but you know what? It's cool. Like, you can join me on this journey. I'm still going to do all these things and focus on this awesome stuff while I deal with this too, but it's joining me on a journey. It's no longer in the driver's seat. It's like in the back seat at this point. So it's still coming with me on the ride, still got to deal with it, but I get to be the one that determines where my journey is taking me and how much I allow other difficulties to impact me. Because really, that's our choice. We decide how much we're going to let something affect us or not affect us. So I just choose to not let it affect me as much. I mean, I have to deal with it and do the inner work and let myself feel all the feels. But like, I'll have my pity party, but it's a short one. It doesn't last that long. I let myself feel everything. I let it out. And then as soon as I'm done, I'm like, okay, I'm shifting back into my vibration of who I am and how I can uplift everyone around me.
It's I wrote it down. I never let a challenge rob me from the work I was meant to give the world. I kind of paraphrase, but it's so beautiful. Right. Because we often let challenges define us, and challenges become, or a prognosis or a diagnosis becomes, oh, that's what that person said about me, or that's what the statistics are. I always say, like, I'm just not in the bell curve, you know, when the doctor says something, I'm like, well, that's just, I'm not in that bell curve. Like, that doesn't apply to me, but it is allowing a story to, like, assign yourself to a story or allow that to become a challenge in your life. So it's really beautiful that you said that. I've asked everybody, what is a word that you feel is something synonymous with the progression and the evolution of humanity?
Light. Yeah, light, really. I mean, what I've learned on my journey is that when you finally connect to the light that's inside of you, that's the place that connects us all. And that's the one thing that really brings us together. And on my own, you know, journey to heal, but also on my spiritual awakening, it's been really tapping into my own light and connecting into the oneness that I can feel really being in oneness with everyone, with everything. And, you know, when I look at another person and what's going on in their life, I can see that it's just a whole bunch of things covering up their light, but I can connect to their light. And I can recognize that they're going through their life with the set of circumstances that they have and the set of awareness that they have. But, you know, even if they're doing things that aren't great, like there's still that same light that lives inside of them. And like when you catch even just a glimpse of that, like that's really how we're all one and we're all together. So it unites us all is through the light.
Beautiful. So well said. Well, once again, this is not your first time, but once again, you're an international best-selling author. You're sharing your story on igniting humanity. Big congratulations to you. So fun. And I just want to thank you so much for being that light, because you and I have known each other for years, and whenever I come across you, I feel the light. You're shining the light for others, and that is truly a gift that we can give. And it goes back to the very first author that talked about being authentic, that authentic light in you, sharing that. Well, Nicole, thank you so much. I know you're coming back for the panel, so I will see you in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. Big hugs to you.
Thank you so much, Liv.
Awesome. Well, folks, we have gone through our individual authors. It's been so fun. Many of them have shared their story, their journey, their mission, their message. And each and every one, I just get so excited because it was really meaningful for me to kind of go in all the different areas, different aspects, different subsets. It wasn't just, oh, we wanted all people from here, we wanted all people from there, we wanted it all to look the same. We wanted it all to look different because each and every one of you heard something differently. Somebody said something today that made a difference in your life and started you on a new trajectory of thought and a new thinking, and planted a seed. That's been the harmony of the common denominator, planted a seed inside of you, that you have the ability to ignite the lives of someone else. And that is one of the most amazing, incredible feelings of all. I heard a very interesting story. I'll take a moment to share, because stories unite us and stories ignite us. It was about a king who had everything. He was the richest man in the kingdom. He had all the things he wanted. And there was a woman in the village who was making quilts for the people who had nothing. And the only way that they could get a quilt was by gifted from her. And she only gifted this to the most destitute people who had nothing. Of course, the king wanted a quilt because he couldn't have it. And so he went to her and offered her all the money in the world to have one of her quilts. And she said it was not possible. She would not give it to him. The only way that he could get a quilt is if he took one of his prized possessions and gave it away to someone else. And if he did that, for every possession he gave away, she would assign a square in the quilt for him. And so he rejected her offer. He thought it was ridiculous, but his ego so badly wanted the quilt that he went back up to the castle, took one of his possessions and gave it away to somebody, and felt this incredible, amazing feeling. Here was the king who had everything, but was incredibly unhappy and unfulfilled and alone and not married and had no children. And in giving away one of his prized possessions, he had that incredible, beautiful feeling of gifting. And so he got so excited, he started giving away every single thing he had and every time he gave away something, she would get a square in his quilt. He gave away everything until he had nothing. When he had nothing, he said to her, I've come to you. I've given everything away. I have nothing. And she said, well, here you are. Here's your quilt. And he said, the greatest gift you have given me is not this quilt, but the knowing that in having nothing, I have everything. He had met people, he had made friends, he'd become committed to his community. He learned who his constituents were. He got to know the people. He surrendered to the materialism. He grew as a person, and in having nothing, he felt he had everything. So it was a really, really special message. And I wanted to share that with you because going back to the theme of what Ignite Humanity is, it's the power of storytelling. It's the power of reading someone's story and seeing where they have come from, what they've gone through, and who they've become because of it. And all of these authors have done something truly, truly magical. So once again, I'm going to show you one of our graphics that shares that Ignite Humanity is available on Amazon today. It's also available on Barnes & Noble. It's also available on the Ignite website, but we'd love for you to go to Amazon because in Amazon, the digital downloads are free. you can go and get a digital copy, and you can read it and see it and read the other stories and share with people exactly what Ignite Humanity is about: everyday people making an extraordinary impact. And really, if anything you've heard today has inspired you, I'll ask one of two things. You either share this live stream with them and tell them to go watch it on Ignite Television on Facebook, or you send them a little message and say, hey, go get this book for free. You can just go to Amazon on your the URL. Just go to the Amazon, not on the app. You won't get the free copy on the app, but if you go to the Amazon website, wherever you are in the world, and then you just search Ignite Humanity book, and you will find it, and you will see on the right-hand side of the page those free downloads. Amazon tries to trick you to buy a Kindle account. You don't have to buy a Kindle account. Just go to the button below that one, and you can click on it and get a free copy. And then share it with everyone you know. Share it on your social media and offer this to the world. All right, well, let's have some fun. We're going to open up the panel so we can ask some new and exciting humanity questions. We've learned all about the authors. We've learned about their historical figures. Now we're going to talk about that next level. What is next for humanity? And so we are going to invite them all back into the room. We love having a panel. It's fun to hear the conversation. And I think that's one of the exciting things about now in this, where we are in the world, is what is the new conversation we want to start having about humanity? What's the new narrative? What is the new thing we want to be saying? Because we cannot change the past. And I do think in part of this process, I personally went through a time in my life where I was like, what is happening? Where is humanity going? What are we doing? What is possible? Look at all the things. And yet the new narrative is what is possible? What is it we are capable of? What is the new conversation around it? Blessings to all of you for being here. Thank you for coming back and joining us. Just unmute yourself. And today's panel is really open discussion. I will ask some of you to make sure you all get your voice heard. If you want to use your indicator button at the bottom of Zoom to put your hand up if you feel like you want to say something, but you're all free to jump in and comment at any time. I'd like to start off by acknowledging Miss Andy Berger. She is here, wasn't able to visit her one-on-one. So Andy, thanks for being here. Let me just take a moment to acknowledge you and congratulations. I know that you have an incredible journey, Voices for Hope, Voices Against Trafficking. You have a really beautiful message. Do you want to share just a tiny bit, just take a minute to share with everybody your mission to ignite humanity?
Sure, absolutely. My mission began because of my experience as a child sex trafficking victim by all family members and some extended family members from the ages of 6 months to 17 years. My first attempt at suicide, I was 5, and that's where God met me. And as a result, he kept me going until the age of 17 when I was able to move on. And by the time I got through college and law school, I knew I wanted to help kids who were like me, kids that needed intercessors so that they could go ignite humanity. But for the most part, the kids we rescued had no idea there was even a future for them. And so after we ran a shelter and we rescued hundreds of kids, we created Voices Against Trafficking so that we could help ignite other voices of courage, not just locally, regionally, nationally, but internationally. And so as we've expanded into different countries, we've been able to make sure that everyone has a chance to be courageous and to help us save others from the history that I had.
Yeah, so Andy, I love and thank you for your candidness and your bravery and your courage to share that story and what you've been through. I love that this panel can start off on the tone of advocacy and on the tone of being a voice, because I do think, and I went through a time in this project where I actually felt like what can I, like this little tiny voice, what can I say? And I had to overcome that. I had to push through that knowingness that I'm not going to reach every single person in the world in one big megaphone. I'm going to reach one person. That person's going to reach another person. And so talk a little bit about that ripple effect and that voice of advocacy, because for all of us who think like, what can I possibly do? It's so big. You, one child, one rescue, one life is making this huge difference.
Absolutely. And it is true. I mean, I had a huge speech impediment until I was in college. I was bullied. I was spat at by kids and even some teachers, and so it wasn't easy, but I decided that if God had, because God recognized me, I didn't even know anyone, cared about me. And here was this beautiful voice inside my heart saying, suicide is not the answer. I have a plan for you. And that plan kept me going. And when I realized the first child that Ed and I, my husband and I, were able to rescue, I realized, oh my goodness, there are so many more. I have to keep going. It wasn't just a want to, it was a calling. And until I have no more breath, I will always be a voice for the voiceless. And I will be the one that will say, you have a future and a hope. I know, because I got one and I shouldn't have been here. I still shouldn't be here. But again, advocacy, like you said, JB, so well, we talk to one person, we share with one person, we tell stories with a person, and then that person takes that truth and they share it with another. And it is that ripple effect. And we know that because we wouldn't have hundreds and hundreds of kids that are off the street if that hadn't happened. We wouldn't have had them go through college from homelessness. So God is great. He's greater than all of our works. But the great thing is, together, we are that collective voice for the voiceless and the people that feel like, you know what, the world's such a mess. What could I do? Right? What could I do? Well, share this broadcast. Tell people about Ignite Humanity. Go light your own candle, people.
Absolutely. I love it. And that's kind of the charge that I'm going to ask all of you. Share in your field, in your work, in your knowingness, what you've learned. How can a person, we've talked a lot about, okay, here's what it is. Now let's talk about how can a person go out and be an advocate. Carol, I'll start with you. In the spirit of advocacy, what is one thing that you could inspire or ignite in somebody? You can do this right now. You can go out and be an advocate for this right now today. It doesn't cost money. You don't have to be educated. You don't have to have formal training. Here's a way that you could advocate for humanity.
What struck me in Andy's share is the word together. And it is together, it is community, and we are not alone. Andy, she started something and she's not alone. And so it's like a hope. It's like, no, this is possible when we come together, because we create that ripple effect, we create the energy. And because I'm a how person, I'm talking to myself as very much as I say this. I don't have to know how it's going to happen. I just feel the pull to make a change, make an effect, to help, to serve.
Awesome.
And
I'm going to take notes. Create community is what you said. Like, it's so beautiful.
yeah, create community. And again, for all of the how people out there, like, well, I don't know how. No, I don't have to know how before I start. I don't have to know perfectly what I'm going to do. One of my mentors says, brilliant and imperfect, taking brilliant but imperfect action. And I think that brilliance at the beginning is just moving into. I think of Buta, how she didn't know, but she, like, I don't know how, but now she has a film company. Like,
yeah.
This whole thing, I think there's this weaving of all of these stories here.
Awesome. Well, let's jump to Butterby. Miss, same question. How can we advocate to ignite humanity? What is some of the ways that you suggest?
Well, since I am, singing and doing films, I would say pass the mic. And what I mean by that is use whatever spotlight or whatever network you have to highlight others and help others exceed and give them credibility to succeed. So that's what I would say. Pass the mic.
I love it. Highlight others. It's such a good one. I was reading the other day about this this woman who was applying to go to Stanford, and she had to go for a luncheon to, meet some of the alumni. And there was a NFL football player there that was on the board of choosing the next inductees. And at the end of the day, he said to her, you're kind of a ball hog. And she was really hurt by that. And he said, I'm not saying it to hurt you. What I'm saying is to remind you of we all have these gifts, and sometimes we overuse them. And it's not that it's bad, it's that we have this really great gift and sometimes we use too much of it. And so when you said pass the mic, I thought that was beautiful, because a lot of us have a great gift and we overuse it instead of allowing it to filter onto the next person. And I thought that was really beautiful. How can we pass the mic and highlight others? Nicole, for you, same thing. What are some ways that people can start to advocate for humanity right now?
It starts with
Nicole?
you, I
Yeah.
think, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So it starts with each of us. It starts with taking the action within your own life so that you can be an example for somebody else, right? So if there's something that's on your heart that you want to do, that you're passionate about, if there's a group of people that you want to help, just start. And it starts within yourself, because that's the most authentic way to be able to help, is that you've gone through something and now your journey is the blueprint for somebody else who is maybe just a few steps behind you, and they're trying to figure out how they can do something. I mean, really, it just comes to taking action. So if there's something you want to see, don't get so discouraged that it's such a big problem. I love the question of saying, well, what can I do? Because there's always something that you can do. Even a small action, even a small step is moving in the right direction, rather than feeling helpless, like this is just too big for me to want to take on. How do I ignite all of humanity? It's like, well, start with you. And then, just take little steps, one at a time. Help one person. Start with one person and just see the ripple effect that creates.
Beautiful. And you don't have to, like Carol said, you don't have to know the how, just get started. The best way to start something is just to set one foot in the other and get started. Miss Jackie, can you add to that?
I'm just going to say, not everybody is for advocacy. And what I would love for people to do is to reclaim their magic, your unique genius, your special way of being, your special way of doing, the way that only you do it, that no one else can. So many of us have been taught that's wrong, that's bad, do it the right way. Reclaim your magic means just being who you are, loving it, letting yourself enjoy life. To me, that is the path to creating a better world for all of us. If we're all in our magic, in our joy, in our fun, why do we need to fight each other? Why do we need war? We don't. We're in our magic, we're in our bliss. And that's, for me, what I would invite people into.
Yeah, it's so great. I always say, live in the center of what's possible for you. Can you imagine what the life would be like if there wasn't ambition shaming, and there wasn't, idea shaming, and the visionaries of the world that you're crazy, or what are you thinking? If we just said, yeah, awesome, let's do it. How can I help? Let's go. You go be a magic you, and you go be the magic you. The world would be such a beautiful place. Miss Barbie, we were talking about, and we started with Andy a little bit about how we can step up, and how we can just end of this call go do something that doesn't cost any money, that is no barrier or resistance, to start to make a move towards igniting humanity. Any suggestions?
Absolutely. And you actually said that just a moment ago. You used the word imagine. And one of the things that I do is when I do quantum coaching for people and healing sessions, is part of their homework is that they have to do 15 minutes of imagining and dream visioning of how their ideal life looks like. Because a lot of us, a lot of things are in your cellular memory. But I know, like, when I was on my first New York Times billboard in Times Square and I saw my face 60 feet wide, that was not in my cellular memory. That was a total complete quantum jump. And then there were 6 more that came after that. So I think that the imagination, I remember that beautiful song that John Lennon did of Imagine, that really to me is a humanitarian song by itself. And it really, really goes to the fact that if you can start imagining what's possible, then it's like your higher self basically steps into that space. And we all have a higher self that is the best version of ourselves. And a lot of times, unfortunately, it's the little human that gets in the way of the higher self. But, I mean, back when you were a kid, you daydreamed, you were just like, wow, wouldn't that be cool? Or you played with your dolls and you had them talking to each other. And, I'm old enough that I had a Cher doll and a Wonder Woman doll, and I had about 200 Barbies, and I had the whole city and the stage show and the Corvette and everything else like that. But everybody got along, and, we stopped doing that because we're supposed to be adulting. And I think that starting to be more like when you're in childlike wonder, still like every day is Christmas, and oh my gosh, and just seeing, and also looking for the good. Again, what we talked about before, people are biologically programmed to look for the bad, but if we go out there and deliberately ask to be able to look for the good, I think that changes things a lot.
Awesome. I so love that. Thank you for sharing that. It's so beautiful. You are all, pioneers in my mind, because you said yes to this project back when it was, a new thing. Now I hear the word humanity in songs. I hear humanity in, TV shows, commercials. I hear humanity all the time now. It's in my reticulative activating system, which is so fascinating. Years ago, it wasn't. It was like this new, you were all in this pioneer phase of what is it to ignite humanity. I'm coming up with these, what I call expressions, these key human expressions. What are the human expressions that we have that other creatures don't have, or that is so unique to the human that you feel really defines us as a human race? And I just love, one word for you to share as I collect and curate. What are these human expressions that define us as humans, and at the same time define humanity? I would love for all of you. Go ahead, Carol, start with you. Human expression.
Yeah, I used to ask that question in my mind, and I'm starting to go, okay, it's not curiosity. Animals are curious, right? So I was like, and I have to just go back to Barbie said was imagination. Like forethought imagination. I technically, maybe crows do that, and some other animals, as we've learned. So I'm not sure how to make that 100%, and no other animal has it.
Right. And I guess that shouldn't be a distinctive factor, but what is one very distinctive thing about humans is their ability to imagine. I think it's really, really a powerful one. Jackie, what's yours?
The word that's coming to me right now is divine. That we tend to think we're this human body, this human life is all we have, but we're this great limitless soul. We're part of the divine, just as we're all one humanity. We're all one with our creator. Whatever name you use to call it, we're all one. We're all divine. And when we remember that, we remember this limitless capacity to actually create what we want. It's stepping out of those victim stories and into that creative creation power.
The divine, the belief, the knowingness. Yeah, I think it's beautiful. Andy, how about you?
Well, I'm torn between two words, but I will go with character, as in content of character, because that is something directly human. And we either have it or we don't, or we cultivate it.
Our character, or our soul character,
Yes,
or
our soul, our
values?
being, the truth of our inner being. That is something that, as much as I love my little golden retriever, I'm pretty sure we're not on the same plane that way. Although she does provide a lot of joy.
Right. Well, it's interesting because I go back to Carol. Like, I think curiosity is a very important one, and we can say that animals are curious. And yet I was like, well, are they curious, or are they just foraging, or are they searching, or are they migrating, or are they, mating? Like, do we just put a human, tendency to it? But regardless, and we don't know what is going on in the beautiful human or animal existence and the plant existence, and the molecules. There's dozens of languages and communications going on, but really specific to humans, I think truth of character, truth of inner being, I think is something that we all really have, that essence of us, that there's something deep within us that's unique and individual to us. How about you, Nicole?
It's interesting because you're asking what is uniquely human, right? That's different. But in my own spiritual awakening, I've connected into the consciousness of animals and of trees and the planet and the elements. And there is an intelligence that's there that's the same as ours. It's just being expressed in a unique kind of different way than humans are connecting to it. So I guess my word would be consciousness, really. And as we start to become more conscious of who we are, of what we are, which is, as Jackie beautifully said, that we are a soul having this beautiful human experience right now. But when you start to awaken to your own consciousness, it can create such a unique ripple effect because you start seeing things in a different way. You start recognizing the power that you have within you to really create your version of reality that you're living in and to create positive change. And you start seeing the interconnectedness of everything and of life in general, which is really beautiful.
I love that. Thank you, Barbie.
It was what I touched upon in the solo talk that I did earlier, and that smile. That is the universal language. And you might say that some animals smile, but I don't know if it's the same mood that we do, in the sense of where it's the friend or foe. And you can go anywhere around the world, and if you find somebody that smiles at you and you smile back at them, it's a delightful thing. And unfortunately, I'm in California, and a lot of people are very like, they're too cool to acknowledge another person. Like, you walk down the hall and there's just you and the other person, and I'm like, "Hi, how are you?" And the person's just like keeps just walking, and it's like, okay, well, I guess you're not interested in communicating. But that hi and the smile just is like totally, I think, something really great in humanity. And it's, like I said, it's universal in every culture and language.
And you know what's so great about a smile is you do it first, so it sets the precedent. Like, it's a decision that you make to set forward to invite another person in. So it's really a beautiful, it's a offering. A smile is a beautiful offering that you're gifting somebody. How about you, Butterby?
So I would say it would be hands-on service, rather than just talking about compassion, um, putting love and empathy into physical motion. I think is something that animals don't do that humans
Right, right.
that
Well,
we do.
yeah, and acts of service that you're doing for others. You're right. I'm not sure if a squirrel collects a nut and then gives it to another squirrel.
I'd like to see that though.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? Or he said, like, wow, your tail's way nicer than my tail. Like, I'm sure it's very funny. But you've helped me all, because it's not about comparing to animals. And it's so good that you said that, because it gets people off on a different track, where what I really want is, what are the human expressions that truly make us human? And I think that you've all added to it. What I want to ask now is so exciting and juicy is, in the book, each of you shared a little bit about your hope for humanity. Now, you don't have to repeat that for verbatim if you don't remember it, but I want us to all, now, the whole day was talking about seeds and planting seeds. I really want us all to plant some seeds right now about our hope for humanity. And like Martin Luther King had a dream, and Kennedy, had a vision, and so many people in our past have said something, and that awakened and inspired, and those words became life. I'd love for each of us to do that now. If you had a dream, and if humanity was where you want to push it towards or take it to, that's what I'd really like to talk about now. And so I'll come back to you, but what is your hope for humanity? What is your dream for humanity?
My dream is resilience over circumstances. And hope lives in our ability to take these setbacks and loss and rejection and everything, but being able to twist that and pivot into a new world, and understanding that it's okay to have to pivot and to turn those setbacks into some triumphs.
Beautiful. My hope for humanity is that all setbacks become triumphs.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. Love it. All right, Jackie.
Yeah, similarly, that the belief that you are able to take your greatest grief and turn it into the next becoming of who you are, and that it was not wasted energy, wasted effort. It wasn't wrong. It wasn't bad. It was all part of the plan for who you meant to become and who you are exactly right now as you are. And you are worthy of having what you desire to have.
So your hope for humanity is that all people have what they desire to have, or all people feel worthy?
All of it.
Yeah.
I think you need to
And more,
believe that
and
it's
plus, plus, plus.
you need to believe it's possible. You need to believe you are worthy, and you
Mm.
need to allow yourself to receive what it is you actually desire.
Mm.
All three are required. And
So gorgeous. Yeah, so beautiful. And I love it because both of you, what you say, it just like fills my spirit, fills my heart, feels good, feels yummy, feels juicy. Exactly. Carol, go ahead. Your hope for humanity.
Oh, my hope for humanity is that each one individually, as well as the whole, uncovers the lie of past programming, passed down from eons of generation all the way into the present. And it's like, wow, that's a lie. So when you discover that, then the true nature, it's like it creates a crack for it to go, oh, the seed is there. And then there's, the lie is just like, and then the light says, there's light, there's light, there's light.
Mm-hmm.
And it's growing. And you become who you were meant to be, free
So
from that programming.
your hope for humanity is that all people awaken to the light of who they are.
Of course, you would most beautifully cut right to it. Yes.
Well, you made me think of the acorn because the acorn needs to be the fire. For the acorn seed to burst, there has to be a forest fire, or the pine cone. Is it the acorn or the pine cone needs the fire to get the seeds to burst? So there is that, that phoenix moment. But I agree with you. Like for every hope for humanity, for everybody to awaken to the light within them, like yummy, yummy, yummy. Awesome. Andy, go ahead.
Oh my goodness, a little of everything, but I would say that that every human is fearfully and wonderfully made and with unique giftings. If you are not here, then the world is missing out on you and what you bring. But that if we do that and if we recognize that we are this, God designed human being in a human life, then the other people will get that. And then the more of us that believe that we are fearfully and wonderfully made and we have these gifts to share, that then engenders an entire global community to act accordingly. And humanity is messy. We're not perfect. We get frustrated. Things happen. But at the end of the day, I know I'm here for a purpose. You're here for a purpose because we're here today, right? So we have this beautiful purpose. And I think that's what I would wish most. My hope would be that we recognize that individually, so corporately, we can be this phenomenal example of the best humanity ever.
Beautiful, beautiful. My hope for humanity is that we recognize who we are as an individual, so corporately we can be everything for humanity.
Mm-hmm. Pretty
Beautiful.
much, yeah.
Love it.
What you said.
So I'm not repeating them to be a school teacher. I'm repeating them to lock them into my mind, to lock them into my cellular memories, so that I feel them with you, and I really see and acknowledge you, because you are beacons for me. And so as I continue this process, I need to infuse your ideas into me on a cellular level so I can go forth. That's why I'm repeating it.
You did great.
Awesome. Yes, thank you. All right, Miss Nicole.
Well, I loved what you said, Andy. That was one of the things I was going to say, is everybody connecting to their purpose. If everyone connected to their purpose, we'd have a different world. But the other part to me, it would be that everyone around the world is able to balance their feminine and masculine energies, because the feminine is rising. And my hope and vision and prayer for humanity is that the divine feminine continues to rise, that women remember their power, that women come together and unite and celebrate each other and come together and rise to honestly say enough. Like, enough of the violence, enough of the hate, enough of the division, enough of the war, enough of the greed, enough of the abuse, enough of the domination, enough of all of that. And let us just be together in harmony, in peace, where we can support each other and celebrate each other and have compassion for one another, because we've lived in a very imbalanced patriarchy for so long. And the divine feminine has been missing. You know, the women have been diminished. The women have been pushed aside, cast aside, you know, belittled in so many ways. And I truly believe that as not just the women, but the men too, because we all have masculine and feminine energies within us, as we connect more into that feminine energy, that is that softer energy, but equally powerful, I feel like we will just be able to connect and communicate with one another in a more beautiful way, and we'll finally truly be able to experience peace on earth.
So my hope for humanity is that we all rise in our feminine power to bring greater harmony and peace on earth.
Yeah, and yeah, to balance out that masculine and feminine, but to rise into that, definitely to create the peace.
Harmony, peace, harmony, and balance on earth. Okay, I love that. I love that. All right, Barbie, Miss Barbie.
I like the adage of, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, and if you teach a man to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. And like a fun fact, Tippi Hedren, who was in The Birds with Alfred Hitchcock, she apparently was the first woman that basically bankrolled all of the Vietnamese women that became nail salon owners. And most people don't know that. Yeah, so she literally brought all of these women after the Vietnam War for them to be female entrepreneurs. So if you wonder, why are there so many Vietnamese nail salons? That's the reason, because she empowered them to be able to go and do that and create empires for themselves. So to me, I feel like with that imagination and then also teaching someone their own competence, I think that there are so many things that are skewed and imbalanced in our world too, because there's the idea that other people are beholden to other countries and so on and so forth. And so it creates a lot of the things that Nicole was talking about, the power imbalance. And I think that when you teach, you know, a country, et cetera, to be self-sustainable and to be able to know that what they have is exactly what they need, and then to be able to make that an international covenant where we're all sharing our resources together, you know, in an ethical and integral way, I think that becomes amazing.
So your hope for humanity is to create, just tell it to me one more time, because it was so good. There were so many good pieces in it.
That you basically allow competence for the person, as opposed to creating people that are constantly beholden and constantly having to feel like they have to reach for someone else to bail them out or help them out for something. It's self-sustenance and that kind of
creating
things too.
competence.
Correct. And so then basically by teaching them things, there are a lot of places, I won't go into politics stuff too, but there were a lot of places where, you know, they think that the next iteration of how it's going to be is going to be great. But then if the people who then come into power, they don't know how to handle the supply chain, and then their entire country starts to starve because they don't know what they're doing. Those are the kind of things of where people need to be given the opportunity. Like I had the very unique opportunity. I met Paul Rusesabagina.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I am going to. I love you. Tell me again just the sentence. My hope for humanity is, only because I'm on the I just want to be honest, genuine of time. My hope for humanity is to create competence and
for them to be able to be sovereign and to be able to be sustainable for themselves with the talents and abilities that they have for themselves.
To create confidence and sovereign for their own talents and abilities.
Competence.
Competence, yes, exactly. I love that, because you're right. Like a lot of us are diminished, and just not necessarily women, but children and you know, different jobs and different garbage men. Like there's just a lot of people who are diminished and they're very competent at what they do. And if every person was able to live in their competence and be recognized for it, whatever that is, ant farming, like who knows, whatever that is, if you were recognized for your amazing competence, wouldn't that be a beautiful humanity? I mean, absolutely amazing. I love it. Thank you. And again, sorry to cut you off, just because I really want to lock it in and know it. And I want it on this recording so that I can go back and then I can actually share these with, as we go forward with this mission, share these exact things. I want to now just do what Bada B said, pass the mic. Is anybody want to say something that I haven't prompted, or, you know, if I just were to, what would you want to share? Or does anybody have something on their heart that they really would like to share? Just put your hand up or just start speaking. Just so I give you the mic to share something that is important to you.
I'll add something. Oh, sorry. I'll just say that, and it kind of touches a little bit on what Jackie was talking about. I hope that everybody just follows the calling of their heart, whatever the calling of their heart is, because anything that excites you, anything that is bringing you to a feeling of bliss, a feeling of happiness, that's there for a reason. That was placed into your heart for a reason. And I feel like the more people that say yes to themselves and to the deep desires within them, that's like where people start to tap into that purpose and they can start making a difference, and it can go and ripple out in so many ways. So as people, maybe if you're feeling a little lost or they're not really sure what they're supposed to do or what their next step is, or they're at a crossroads or anything like that, it's just follow your bliss, say yes to you, whatever way that looks, and know that if it feels exciting and aligned, you will be supported and beautiful things will follow.
Amen. And so it is. Awesome. Andy?
Yeah, I wanted to just bring up that along with everything that's been said, and I'm so honored to be here on this panel and part of your project, JB, is that, it is never okay for any human being to be exploited, to be hurt, to be diminished, as was discussed. And it is really our responsibility, those of us, whether we've had my background or some other background, to make sure that the neighbor next to us or the child down the street in the park, that all of us can live in a safe community, a loved community, and a free community, because we are human beings. It has nothing to do with socioeconomic status or gender or anything. We are humans. And as humans, we just really need to look out for each other. And I think we've lost a little bit of that, in our society. Someone mentioned that we're all kind of doing our own thing, but we're the ones right here that can ignite that fire and say, hey, join the train, make a ripple, and we'll help you do it.
Beautiful. Amen. And so it is, and so it shall be. Awesome. But if you go ahead.
I would say don't let anyone else hold the pen to your story. And what I mean is, when a door closes or a plan fails apart, remember that that detour isn't a dead end. It's just a cue to pivot. It's a cue to build your own table, and it's a cue to keep creating.
Beautiful. Amen. And so it is, and so it shall be. Anyone else want to share? Yes, Jackie, go ahead, my gorge.
Yeah, I'm on this priestess path, and as a water priestess, I believe that water is a conduit of consciousness. I understand it is. That's why when we speak what we say about ourselves, we're mostly water. We can bring peace to this planet by praying, blessing the water, bless the water you drink, bless every body of water you walk past, put peace into the water, send your love, send your light around the world, and allow the water to bring it to all those places that you need, that you desire to see peace brought to. I just think it's a really, when someone says, I can't do anything, I say, you can put a prayer of blessing into the water and let it go out to the world where it needs to go.
Amen. Love that. And so it is, and so it shall be. Awesome. Anyone else? Ladies, thank you so much. You know that this is so on my heart. This is such an emotional process for me. And I used to lower my guard and my frequency and start to cry because I heard the pain of humanity, and I felt like it was my job to do something to heal all of that pain. And I don't feel that way anymore. When I lower my frequency or, let down my shield and feel humanity, I feel such a sense of love and community and blessing and a possibility and awakening. And I just feel it all in all of you. And so I just want to thank you for your desire to share, your unique way that you share, your incredible vibrancy in your corner of the world and the work that you're doing. And I just want to thank you so much. This is just the beginning. This is the springboard of so much more for humanity. And I just love that all of you have been a part of it, have been in the foundational fiber of it, in the tapestry of what we're building to create a better humanity for everyone. And I'll leave you with this thought. I sometimes feel like I may not see the result of what this work will do in my lifetime. But what I do know, and I think about the sailboat, you just move the rudder 1 degree and then the sailboat goes into a completely, different different destination over time. I feel like what we have planted here and created here is moving the rudder in that direction. And I just want to say thank you very, very, very much. Humanity will be a better place because of this conversation today. So thank you so much. Big hugs and kisses. Unmute yourself and blow some kisses to each other. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations, 4-time international bestselling. Peter, I don't know if we've gone bestseller in any other countries, but thank you. The book is available again, free until tomorrow. So if you have anybody else you want to share it with, thank you. I hope you all post and bliss and enjoy reading your copies before you go to bed as you get them. Thank you for being a part of this project. Big hugs to each and every one of you. Awesome.
Thank you, JB. Thank you,
Thank
lady.
you. Mwah, mwah, mwah,
Thank you,
mwah, mwah.
JB.
Kisses over and over and over again. Thank you. Just fill my heart. It means
Bye.
a lot to thank you. Mwah, love you. To see all of these amazing authors. Some of them, you know, it's been years in the making, and to just watch them blossom and be so well spoken for humanity, not themselves, not their business, not what they're selling, not what they're pitching. None of them did that. They truly shared what their hope is for humanity, to make humanity a better place, because when one of us makes humanity a better place, it's a better place for all of us. All right, well, I have a few more authors that are able to come at the end of the day. If you're hanging out, stick around. We've got a few more amazing authors coming to our second panel. Some people we haven't seen yet and some people we have seen. And it just means a lot to me to have this conversation. I wanted to have a panel discussion because, you know, we've talked to the authors, we've heard about them, they've shared about themselves. It's been the them story, and it's wonderful. We're going to talk to Diana and LaShawn a little bit about them. But at the same time, the panel for me was an opportunity for let's talk about what we're not talking about, or let's talk about the conversation that needs to be said. And so before we kick off the panel, I just want to introduce Miss Diana. Love having you here. Congratulations, Diana, for being a part of this book. Let's take a moment to just showcase you. I know you were this morning at church talking about the book. I know you've been a huge advocate. You've been at my side since I think I uttered the first words out of my mouth when I first, you know, sort of threw out the idea, like, what do you think about me doing this? Tell a little bit about, in your amazing years of wisdom, what have you witnessed in humanity's evolution?
Oh my goodness. I was called, in fact, my story in the book, I was called to go into the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War with a group of people who were citizen diplomats. And these were very well-known people like Dennis Weaver and Mike Farrell and Barbara Marx Hubbard and the real Patch Adams, to be citizen diplomats and to go get lost on the subways and go home with Soviet citizens, and our governments weren't talking to each other, and it was terrifying. It just absolutely was the scariest thing. We didn't know at the time that Gorbachev would later say that it was our group and the ones that followed that led to perestroika. So I got to be part of history. And I knew going, I couldn't stop crying as we were going, and somebody said, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" And I said, "I'll never be the same." And it's true. My husband and I left our culinary careers, our television series, and became something entirely new out of that adventure. So I feel like I was deep into it at a very early age.
Well, you know, it's an interesting thing that you say, and I feel like, you know, we're called to our calling, but when our calling is for the betterment of others, it's, you know, there's such a deeper richness to it. And we often don't think about our calling as a calling for what's the betterment of others. And if we just make that small little, you know, 1% turn on the rudder, how can my calling be something that is going to be more for others? Imagine the impact that will make. And I would love for you to share just a tiny bit about that. You've been, you know, at the forefront of impact. You have been working with some of the most amazing people at the beginnings of the self-development of spirituality, of the new turn of the mindset. Talk about how humanity has shifted from just ideas and suggestions and desire.
Well, I think that just knowing that we can have that kind of an impact, that it's just one step, you know, like one small step for mankind. I mean, it is really exciting. I was always called to gather people around the table. My grandmother ran a boarding house, and I loved doing that. Then that's why I went into the culinary world. But what I realized that my gift really was the hosting, not so much making the food and putting people around the table. So we had the idea of people meeting at 6:30 in the morning to every week to hear a great speaker and to meet each other. And that's where the Chicken Soup for the Soul series was born. Louise Hay was there before she ever had a book, and Dr. Susan Jeffers. And I felt like I was kind of like a godmother to all of this connection that happened just because I felt drawn to connect people.
Well, connection is being a big word. I've been asking all the authors, the one word that they think will really transform humanity, and connection has been one. Let me jump over to Mr. LaShawn, if you want to unmute yourself. LaShawn, what's exciting, and thank you for being here also. Tell a little bit about your story. Happy, so good to see you. I know some people will be interested in your story. Your goal, your mission, your passion for life has ignited humanity in different ways. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, I'm so excited first to be here. Miss
Thank you.
Diana. Miss Diana is amazing. I remember meeting her a couple years ago. But my mission, uh, to help people become champions in life. I'm a three-time Olympic gold medalist, 11-time world champion, and arguably the hardest discipline in the sport of track and field. And when I retired, I understood that it was a set of core values and standard that really guided my success. And I framed it up to it's the merit mindset, and it's to inspire others really through purpose, living with discipline, um, leading with integrity, and serving with gratitude. Uh, Ultimately, that's my purpose. That's my passion, and because of being this champion in sport, I realized that being a champion in life carries a lot more weight. It's heavier than those medals. So
Mm.
I love pushing that and inspiring others, the young people, adults, entrepreneurs, and just sharing my story because there's a lot in it.
What I value about you so much, and every time you speak, it gets me excited because you're talking about values, and a lot of the values that we have as human beings are being diluted by different things that are shiny, bright objects and those sorts of things. And you mentioned that the champion of in sports, the champion of life is so much more important. I read a study where they took entrepreneurs and they split them in two groups, and they taught one, technical skills of how to do business, and then they taught the other group character building skills, leadership skills, all the things that the merit mindset speaks about. And after they did the study 20 years later, that group that learned qualities had 35% more, results and
Wow.
and wealth, cumulative wealth, than the people that just learned the tools and the tasks. And so I think igniting humanity really does come down to what are some of the values that we can teach. Can you say them again, because they're so good?
Say what?
The
The
values,
certain
yeah, yeah,
values.
yeah.
I feel like for me, it's the discipline. Um, well, first preparing with purpose, understanding discipline, leading with integrity. That's the merit in me. Except for
Mhm.
mine has two R's and two T's. I got that from my dad, the integrity part of that. And serving with gratitude, having that
Yeah.
gratitude piece. That's really important for me.
Yeah, and it's so easy. Like, none of those are things that we have to have a PhD, or we have to,
Right.
be born on the right side of the tracks, or we have to have anything special. Those are things that we can do to ignite humanity immediately. Margie, let me jump over to you. You and I talked a little bit earlier today. Thank you for your beautiful sharing. And you spoke about this connection between, and I often say this, like, we know something, we know what humanity's about, and now we've learned something more today from all of these authors sharing. And if we can take those two things and bring them together and create a third thing, that is really the power of awakening the mind. I guess my question is, you talked a little bit about this synergy, this three-prong, this new light. Can you just share a little bit about how people can take what they know, take what they've learned today, and how they can create something new for themselves to go forward to ignite humanity?
Yeah, that's a beautiful question. I think that people often are like, well, how do we change our approach to something? Or I actually did a whole study on I work for the city hall in the town that I live in, and I did a whole study on how there's a lot of talk in government of like this is the way we've always done it. So we're going to keep doing it this way, even though maybe it might not be the most efficient way, or there's problems, but like they stick to it because that's the way that is easiest. And it actually doesn't create a lot of ease and a lot of synergy. And so when you allow more information to change the way you're operating, it's like this continuous form of improvement where it's not that you were doing it wrong before, you're just allowing new information to seep in and allowing you to change direction based on the new information that you're learning. And so in that way, we are always evolving, just like nature. We are ever changing. We're always moving in cycles, and there's always a death and rebirth. But human beings they go into that unknown of like, what does it look like when I change? What is all that work going to be? How is that going to separate me from how I was before? And they hold themselves to these identities that have been created around systems without allowing that new information to drop in and then create new systems that are more efficient. And so, as we're allowing more information to pour in, as we're allowing more light to pour in, as we're allowing more wisdom to really ignite through ourselves, to be spoken through our DNA, to move through our words, deeds, and actions, and letting every breath and every step that we take a new creation in that way. We're always learning new things. Like there's always more information. There's always things that haven't been illuminated yet, and that's like the new way, right? Allowing that information to create a new path.
So well said, because like knowledge is power. That's what I was always taught. So the more you could learn, the more, access and availability you have. And I also appreciate that there's no shame, there's no blame, there's no, oh, I wish we could have, we can't go back, but what can we do moving forward? Diana, let me ask you again, 8 decades on the planet, blessings to you. You could probably be one person to say, well, back when, or we used to do it like this, or, focusing on the past. Let's focus on the future. What's your vision and desired dream for humanity going forward?
Oh my goodness, what a huge question. And I'm 85, and surprisingly, I have become the woman I've always wanted to be. And I'm just right on the edge, on my tippy toes, leaning into so much possibility now. There's so much creativity pouring through me, and I feel like I've just landed in a place where I really, really know what my skills are and what I can contribute. So I'm amazed every day. As you know, magic shows up every day in my life, and some opportunity, some connection, synchronicity. I just know it's just going to be great, whatever it is.
Well, what a blessing for everyone who is listening, who's 20 or 23 or 43 or 50, whatever, like thinking like, oh, I passed my prime, or oh, I should have done it. Right? And then what a blessing that at 85, you're like, this is the happiest, most joyous. What's next? Bring it on. I can't wait. Grab hold of life. Like,
exactly.
What a beautiful thing for all of us, to realize, like, I want to be just like that when I'm 85, and plus and plus and plus. So beautiful. Hope for humanity, like, how can everybody live in their bliss, no matter how old they are? How fantastic. LaShawn, I love that you glossed over it a little bit. 3-time Olympic gold medalist. Congratulations. That's
Thank you.
no small feat. That's something truly to be proud of. What do you say to the people who are like, well, I could never do that, or, I don't have that in me, or that's not me, or why would you ever want to do that? There are those people who just automatically stop themselves or limit themselves before they even try.
I would say sometimes you grow faith in what you hear. Hearing is faith. So you can talk yourself out of something for sure. And it's believing in yourself. It's believing in yourself I have this thing ever since I was younger that the believing is achieving, and you find what you want to do, what you're able to focus on and stay disciplined at, and do that. Because Olympic champion isn't for everybody, but everybody can become a champion in life, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what it's about. So the doubt, and I'm gonna tell you one thing, the doubt comes in a little bit for me, or came in when I used to compete a little bit. But when it came in, I always had those positive affirmations seconds afterwards so that I could channel that energy, and live in, you got to live it to believe it. And
Mm.
believing is achieving. So it
Mm.
takes the daily work, the preparation to live in that, to be able to believe when it's time. So I would tell them, hey, if you're not living it, it's going to be hard to believe it.
Right. I love what you say, because a lot of people have said to me, like, how do you decide to go and do that? And how do you, like, you went, and I'm no different. And would probably admit, like, you're no different than everybody else. You have the little voice on the shoulder that says one thing and then the other one. And I always tell people, like, I just turn the volume switch. Like, I'm like not everybody else. Like, I have negative ideas, I have insecurities, I have
Mhm.
all this, I don't doubt, but I just have like a volume switch in my imagination, and I just
Mhm.
turn that volume like right down, and then I just turn this volume switch right up. Like, you can do it.
Absolutely. No, I love that. That's
And
it.
it's
That's
not that
it.
it doesn't exist, because it exists. As human beings, we have the fear, the worry, the worst case scenario, we have all of that. But
Right.
I just literally imagine these like volume. I'm dating myself. It's not a button on the side of the phone. It's like a dial.
No, it's good.
Just turn that
Superpower.
dial down,
And
right?
and everyone has that superpower.
Yeah, it's true. Right. We all have it. Some of us let that volume switch be on full time, loud,
Right.
loud. Instead of turn that one down, let's turn on the other one. That's
Right.
so beautiful. So beautiful. Margie, there's a word that I feel is vibrating in all of us, and is the new language of humanity. And there's a time, I think, where if you said humanity, you could, immediately put this word to it. It was this, or it was that, it was this. But I think there's new words that we want to put: humanity equals, and this new word. What would you say that word is for you?
Hmm, that's a great question. I feel like humanity equals love, like humanity
Mm.
equals connection, humanity equals power. Like when you are really tapped into that place of connection, that is where actual true power is derived from. We talked about it in our conversation earlier. A lot of times in our world, and you see it with a lot of people in the places of power. They're really looking at fear as a motivation. They're really looking at separation as a way to derive that power. But humanity was never meant to be in that place of separation, and to work with shame and blame as a way of life, and to work with worry as a form of love. We were never actually meant to be there. Energy doesn't move, currents don't meet us when we're in that density, in that place of separation. So when we're allowing ourselves to go into these places of connection where all of that energy and those currents are flowing to us, and not just money, but because money is attracted
Right.
to, but all of those currents, the love, the liberation, the compassion, the discipline, the freedom to choose what benefits us, like all of those are different currents, and they all lift us higher. And when we're in a state of love and connection, when we're allowing humanity to ignite us, that's where true power is derived from. It's in that state of
Right.
connection, it's in that state of love. So I would say humanity equals love.
Yeah. And, I just got tingles because your historical figure is Tesla, correct?
Yes.
And Tesla was all about like plugging into the ultimate source, right? The ultimate power. And I actually was got to go down below the Niagara Falls. Below Niagara Falls, there is a Tesla power plant there that is all about creating power. And it was so neat because it was like an unlimited source. We can plug into this unlimited source, and humanity is this amazing unlimited source that we can plug into: the goodness, the greatness of humanity. So what a great synergy that is your historical figure. Diana, same question. Humanity equals for you?
Oh gosh. Sharing. I think every great thing that's ever been invented had to do with sharing, making it possible for us all to benefit from one thing, you know. And I think that every single person here in the world, I mean, just not just on the panel, um, is born with a gift, and their greatest challenge and adventure in life is to discover that, to culture it, to become all that we can be. I mean, that is the greatest adventure, I think.
And to share that, like what good is it to discover yourself and then to keep it all to yourself? And you're right, like if you look around the world at the great inventions and the great cures and the great awakenings, they were shared. They were shared by one
It
person,
benefits
and
us
then
all.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And I love again, one person shared it with the many, because so many people think, oh, well, I can never be so and so, I can never be Tesla, I could never be this person. But yes, one day Tesla was just an ordinary everyday person, and then decided to share something with the world, which really, made him great. LaShawn, same question. Humanity equals for you?
Humanity equals, I would say, compassion.
Mm.
I feel like that's love in action. You know, seeing the value in another person and choosing to make their life better. I love compassion. It's the root of the merit mindset. It's pouring into others.
In the earlier panel, I was asking people what was their, one thing they felt was indicative to humans and a human expression. And I feel like compassion is one of those. I'm sure, animals have a great sense, and plants and all of that, but the human ability to have compassion for another, like I think that's a very powerful expression that is indicative of humans, to be compassion. And wouldn't humanity be a greater place if compassion was our
Absolutely.
first form of thinking?
Absolutely.
In the merit mindset, compassion comes up, and in what ways? Just expand upon that, since compassion is so important.
Oh, in the merit mindset,
Yeah, like
because
just
oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
It's all about not what you've done or your accomplishments, but who you have become and who you help along the way, who you impact, and having compassion in the rooms that you step in, and understanding your gift and your purpose. So with me dealing with young people, so many young people, and dealing with people, and if you're daily living, you're gonna deal with people. People waking up on different sides of the bed. So having understanding and compassion throughout life is something that um, I was raised in, and something I continue to shine light on.
And it's so great. Compassion doesn't cost any money. It doesn't, you don't need to be
No,
educated. Like, again,
it's a
when we started,
choice.
exactly, and it's a choice you can do immediately, you can do right now, and it's free. You can offer it
Hmm.
for free. And I think it's so neat, because a lot of us, when we started this project, Ignite Humanity, it felt big and huge, and what do we have to do, and oh my gosh, roll up our sleeves, like, how hard is this going to be? And yet it's so simple. The act of compassion, the simple act of compassion from one human being to another, will truly ignite humanity.
Absolutely.
Amen to that. Diana, talk a little bit about your historical figure, because we didn't hear from you earlier. Share a little bit about the qualities of your historical figure that you felt were ignited humanity.
I don't know anybody who represents resilience and finding their highest path better than Helen Keller. And I'm so blessed because I have a letter that she wrote that is so indicative of who she really is. Right above my desk. To me, she's like the epitome of rising above negativity, rising above any kind of limitations, no matter what. And so I'm just thrilled to have her as part of the book. I think that part adds so much to the book, that we are learning about these wonderful, inspirational people at the same time as we're learning about each other.
Yeah, it's so great. Thank you for choosing her. Very good. She was blind, and yet she was the first woman to graduate with a PhD that was blind. I mean, it was really
Summa
incredible what
cum
she did.
laude. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really amazing.
Yeah.
LaShawn, your historical figure, you had a unique one.
Yes, mine was Miles Davis.
Yeah, talk about him.
I grew up playing the trumpet. His music was at a time different, but it was unique. He did this thing where he would play turned backwards. So he was part of the crowd. Everybody was one. And I love that. My brother played the trumpet. I still listen to Miles Davis right now. He was my guy.
What amazing. Yeah, what a
See,
great story.
yeah.
And two, like the whole thing was about including, like being inclusive, creating this experience for everybody. It
Mhm.
wasn't just about him projecting out, it was about him creating an experience for everybody to be
Experience.
a part of. Yeah. Really
Absolutely.
beautiful. I asked the other group, and I'm going to ask you again to just throughout the entire day, everybody's been talking about seeds and planting seeds, and we all have amazing seeds within us, and we need the fire to spurt the seed, and the seed has the DNA to grow to the apple tree and the acorn and all of that. And so I want to plant some seeds here. I want to plant some seeds for humanity. One of our authors talked about the power of words and how incredible words are seeds. And so in the fertile soil of the universe, listening and asking us, I mean, if what we wants us, then the universe is asking for people to step up as advocates for humanity. I would love for you to share your hope for humanity, what you would love to see for humanity, what seed you would love to plant for humanity. Margie, you want to go first?
Yeah, I feel like the seeds I want to drop and what I want humanity to take away from today, from the conversations we're having, from the book, is really to understand and to look at belief systems that they feel are limiting to them. Anything that limits you is likely not the truth, and understand where that voice is coming from. And when we walk in that lens of compassion, when we understand that compassion is truly the liberation of suffering, when we're walking with that compassion, we're sharing it, it's not to suffer with, it is to hold so much love and have so much passion and kindness in the way that you're treating yourselves and the way that you're walking in the world, that suffering cannot stay with you, right? Suffering is just an experience that it does not hold in your cells and your DNA. Pain is just an experience, sadness is an experience, anger is an experience. And so not allowing those experiences to limit you or become who you are is really how we create belief systems that are limitless instead of limiting.
So the seeds for humanity that you want to plant are that we are all limitless.
Yes, we are all limitless.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, LaShawn, the seeds you want to plant for humanity?
The seed. That every person discover the champion within themselves. Not to stand above others, uh, but to lift others up. And that's what I'm doing now. Be known for more of your character than your accomplishments. Be that person that looks in the mirror and proud of themselves, because we have the ability to change the masses and the vibration that we give off and the frequency. So be that change.
I love it. I love it. The seeds for humanity is that we stand for others, not stand above others. I mean, that is, no one has said that. You need to coin that. I mean, that is really, really
Okay.
powerful. I love it.
Okay, thank you.
As your coach. No, I mean, you better coin that one. It's so good. It's so good.
Okay, thank
And we
you.
know it's good because when we hear it, it just like, it's like
Mhm.
hitting the gong. It's like, yeah, that feels so
Okay,
good.
love it.
Do you know the seeds you'd love to plant for humanity going forward?
Are you asking me?
Yes, my sweet.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear my name now. This is exciting to me. And one of the reasons I love Kindle books or ebooks is because I can highlight the things that mean something to me at the time and then review them later. And so, about a year ago, I was reviewing a book by one of my favorite authors named Donna Markova, who wrote I Will Not Die, an Unlived Life. And I thought, gosh, this woman isn't very well known. This is my favorite book. I should tell her that I just think she's amazing. So I sat down and I wrote her a love letter, and I found out that she lived in Maui. And in my letter, I said that I would be visiting Maui and I would like to bring her some flowers. And that led to a fabulous friendship. And she calls me her fairy god sister. And I thought, well, we have to, what if we all start writing love letters to people that we just appreciate, whether there's people we know or not? And so I started something called loveletters.love. And it's all about expressing our appreciation for people who've sparked us, inspired us, and ignited us, you know? So I feel like that led to something that can even become a movement.
So planting seeds of love and appreciation for others and sharing it.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, Diana, I know there's a beautiful poem that you love, you have said before. Would you share a few lines of that beautiful poem? Because it's very inspiring for humanity.
Oh gosh, I have so many in my head. Are you referring to the joy one or the one about becoming, knowing who you finally really are?
Yeah, that one.
That one. The time will come when you will greet yourself arriving at your own door, in your own mirror. And each will smile at the other's welcome and say, sit here, eat. You will love again the stranger who is yourself. Give wine, give bread, give back your heart to itself, to the stranger who has loved you all your life, whom you ignored for another, who knows you by heart. Take down the love letters from the bookshelf, the photographs, the desperate notes. Peel your own image from the mirror. Sit, feast on your life.
Sit and feast on your life. So beautiful, right? Isn't that so amazing? I hope for humanity is that everyone can sit and feast on their own life. How beautiful. It's just been a beautiful day. Thank you all. I know this is the moment where I get a little bit emotional because it's a combination of many things, many years, many sleepless nights, many moments, many walking through the fire, and a great calling to do something that why me, all of those things. And yet I could just turn and say, why not? Why not me? If it's on my heart, as many of you have said, then it's meant to be. And so I want to just thank everyone who's still in the chat, everybody who's watching, everyone on Facebook, everybody on YouTube, everybody around the globe. This is truly an auspicious time, an auspicious moment where all of these authors have chosen to be incredible seeds, incredible stewards, incredible soldiers, incredible advocates, incredible examples of what is possible when you decide to ignite humanity. And each and every one of them is doing it in a gloriously magnificent way. And I'm just so honored to know them, to listen to them, to be at their feet, to receive their wisdom and their glory. And I just want to thank you all so much, for all of you. The three of you who are here, I love you dearly. I appreciate you. I acknowledge you. I see you. I thank you. And I'm just so, so, so grateful for each and every one. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for showing up today. And thank you for ending this 7-hour Facebook
7 hours.
Live. Yes, baby. 7 hours we've been on
Lady
Facebook
JB
Live.
been
I've
up
been
here.
talking. I cannot stop talking about it 7 hours straight. And it's funny because the team has blocked in little breaks for me to go to the bathroom and for me to eat food. And I just went through every break and didn't stop talking.
Wow.
Because there was so much good stuff to talk about and there were so many more people to speak with. So we know that we planted 7 hours of seeds into humanity and it's gone out into the ether, and so it shall be, and so it is, and God is good in all ways and magnificent. So thank you to each of you. I can't wait to see you again in person and hug you personally. So thank you. Blessings to all of you. Thank you. Hugs and
Thank
kisses
you.
to each of you. Thank you. You got it. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think it's just the beginning of many more Igniting Humanity opportunities. This has just been a beautiful catalyst for me and a confirmation listening to all of these authors talk about it and feel their passion for it and their excitement for it has just been inspiring to me. It's been a mirror. It's been an awakening. It's been a reminder of how valuable this lesson is and how we're all absolutely ready for it. We're ready for this time. Humanity is ready to be ignited. People are ready to be seen. Stories are ready to be told. We are ready to see one another in a totally unique and exciting way. And all the seeds we planted today will come to be. And so it is. I just want to remind you all that Ignite Humanity is available on Amazon today. Go get your free copy. Just go and download it, share it with somebody. And if you feel like it's not for me, go download it and gift it to somebody, send it to somebody, give this as a gift to somebody. If you know somebody, and I'm sure you do, you wouldn't be here if you weren't meant to hear this, that this is for you, it's for them, it's for us all, and it's going to make a massive difference on the planet. I'm going to share with you a little video at the end, so don't go away. Watch the video. It's super fun. I can't wait to see you, hug you, and be with you in person. Many blessings to you. May your life be filled with Ignite moments, and may the joy in your heart ignite the lives of others. Blessings. I'm Lady J. Bion. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Big hugs to all of you, wherever you are in the world. I see you. I love you. I acknowledge you. And magic is to come. Blessings. Oh, this video. Oh, so turn the sound off. So this isn't the video I wanted to say, but this is a cool video because this video shows the book and it's at the printers and at the factory. I was wanting to show everybody what the book looks like. But the video I wanted you to play, Peter, was the Ignite Humanity video. So we've created a little video that speaks about igniting humanity. And so I'd love for you to play our Ignite Humanity video. Yeah, it's awesome. It's amazing. I get goosebumps every time I hear it. It's amazing. It's all about igniting humanity and what's for each and every one of us. So wherever you are in the world, do something for somebody else. Get off this call or turn off this video and go and hug somebody, tell somebody you love them, show somebody what their value is. All right, go ahead, Peter. You know the Ignite Humanity video? The one that says, now's the time to ignite humanity. You'll recognize my voice in it. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah. Is there something I won't be able? I'm trying to look in the chat. Yeah. No, not that one. Oh my goodness. Peter's been doing the 7 hours with me also. So kudos to Peter, who's been in the background with me on Facebook Live for the last 7 hours, nonstop, no food, no bathroom break. Also, so good for him. All right. Blessings to you all. Take care.